Picture the desert at night. Stars pierce the velvet darkness like ancient needles, threading stories across the cosmic loom. The air carries whispers of sandalwood and myrrh, and somewhere in the distance, beyond the dunes that roll like frozen waves, a glow begins to pulse against the horizon. It rises slowly at first, an ember, a spark, then flame. The desert holds its breath. What emerges from that distant fire defies the natural order. Wings spread wide as temple doors, feathers catching light like liquid gold. A creature of impossible beauty ascends into the star-drunk sky. Its cry pierces the silence, a sound that seems to echo not just across the empty sands, but through time itself, carrying the weight of every story ever told, every myth ever whispered, every dream of rising from ash. This is the phoenix, the bird that dies to live, the flame that burns eternal. For over 3,000 years, this magnificent creature has haunted human imagination. From the sacred temples of ancient Egypt to the philosophical gardens of Greece, from the burning libraries of Alexandria to the digital screens of our modern world, the phoenix has endured, unchanged, undimmed, perpetually reborn. But what if this endurance carries a deeper truth? What if the stories we tell ourselves around campfires and in holy books contain fragments of something real? What if the phoenix was never just a metaphor, never merely a symbol of human resilience, but an echo of something that once walked our earth with talons and wing and burning heart? Tonight, we journey into the realm where mythology meets possibility, where ancient wisdom brushes against modern discovery, where the impossible becomes merely improbable, and where firebirds might have once ruled the skies of a younger world. The ancients spoke in riddles and carved their secrets in stone. They painted magnificent birds on tomb walls and whispered of creatures that commanded fire itself. Scientists today discover birds that deliberately spread wildfires. Archaeologists unearth fossils of giants that once terrorized prehistoric landscapes. Climate researchers decode evidence of massive, ecological cycles that mirror the death and rebirth patterns encoded in our oldest stories. What if these scattered pieces of evidence point toward a single, extraordinary truth? The fire on the horizon grows brighter. The wings beat with the rhythm of eternity itself. And somewhere, in the space between what we know and what we dream, the phoenix calls to us across the centuries, daring us to believe that the impossible might have once been everyday reality. Come, let us follow the flame and see where it leads. The first recorded whispers of the phoenix emerge from the mists of ancient Egypt, inscribed in hieroglyphs on temple walls older than most civilizations. Here, in the sacred city of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, priests spoke of a creature that embodied the very essence of eternity. They called it by many names, but one endured, the Bennu bird, whose cry was said to have broken the primordial silence and set time itself in motion. The earliest Egyptian texts described the Bennu as more than mythical. It was tangible, real, a great heron-like bird with feathers that shimmered like beaten gold, standing taller than a man, with a cry that could shatter stone and kindle fire in the hearts of gods. The priests who tended the sacred flames spoke of seeing it with their own eyes, not as vision or dream, but as living, breathing reality. According to the pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious writings in human history, the Bennu was present at creation itself. When the waters of chaos still covered everything, when darkness pressed against the unformed world, the Bennu alighted upon the first mound of earth to emerge from the primordial flood. Its voice split the cosmic egg. Its wings fanned the flames of the first sunrise. Its very presence transformed nothingness into everything. But the Bennu was more than a creation myth. Temple records describe elaborate rituals conducted at dawn, when priests would climb to the highest towers and scan the eastern horizon, waiting. Waiting for what, exactly? For the return of something that flew with wings of fire? For a creature that appeared, they claimed, every 500 years? The Greek historian Herodotus, traveling through Egypt around 450 BCE, recorded what the priests told him about this mysterious bird. He wrote with the careful skepticism of a man reporting something he could barely believe. There is another bird, sacred, called the phoenix. I have not seen it myself, except in a painting, for it rarely comes to Egypt, according to the people of Heliopolis, only once in 500 years. 500 years. A lifetime multiplied by 6 or 7. Long enough for all who witnessed its previous appearance to die, leaving only stories, only whispers passed down through generations of priests who guarded the sacred knowledge like treasure. Herodotus described what the Egyptians told him. The phoenix would appear carrying the body of its father, encased in an egg of myrrh, flying from the distant lands of Arabia to Egypt to perform funeral rites. The bird itself was enormous, the size of an eagle, with plumage that burned red and gold like living flame. When its time came to die, it would build a nest of aromatic woods and spices, set it ablaze, and perish in the flames only to emerge 3 days later, reborn, renewed, ready to begin another half-millennium of life. The mathematical precision haunts the mind. 500 years. Not a vague, long time or many generations, but a specific cycle recorded. And tracked by a priesthood that mapped the stars and calculated cosmic rhythms with breathtaking accuracy. These were the same people who built the pyramids, who aligned massive stone blocks with celestial precision, who created calendars that remain more accurate than our modern ones. When they spoke of a 500-year cycle, they spoke as astronomers, as careful observers of natural phenomena. What natural cycle lasts exactly 500 years? The Egyptians connected the phoenix to their solar mythology, but not in the simple way one might expect. The Bennu was not just a symbol of the daily sunrise. It was tied to the great year, the vast cosmic cycle when all the stars return to their original positions, when time itself completes one enormous revolution and begins anew. The Bennu was the herald of these ultimate renewals, the cosmic clockwork made manifest in feather and flame. As Greek civilization absorbed Egyptian wisdom, the phoenix story evolved and spread. But something crucial was lost in translation. Where the Egyptians spoke of the Bennu as if describing a real creature with real habits and real appearances, the Greeks increasingly treated it as allegory, as philosophical metaphor for the human soul's journey through death and rebirth. Ovid wrote of the phoenix in his Metamorphoses, but his bird was pure poetry, a creature of literary imagination rather than natural observation. Pliny the Elder compiled reports about the phoenix in his Natural History, but admitted that most Romans considered it fabulous, legendary, existing only in the realm of story rather than flesh and blood. Yet even as the phoenix transformed from apparent reality into acknowledged myth, something authentic lingered in the tales. Details too specific for pure invention. Behaviors too consistent across cultures that never communicated directly. Physical descriptions that matched no known bird, yet contained elements found in actual species. The Roman historian Tacitus recorded that during the reign of Tiberius, a phoenix actually appeared in Egypt, causing tremendous excitement among both locals and Roman officials. Scholars and priests examined the creature carefully, debating whether it was genuine or an elaborate hoax. Tacitus himself remained skeptical, noting that many things that are told of the phoenix are fabulous, yet he recorded the event as if it were at least possibly real. Consider the implications. If the phoenix began as Egyptian reality and gradually became Greek metaphor, what was lost in that transformation? What actual creature might have inspired the original reports? What 500-year cycle might ancient observers have tracked with such obsessive precision? The early Christian church embraced the phoenix as a symbol of Christ's resurrection, but even their theological interpretations preserved intriguing naturalistic details. Saint Clement of Rome, writing in the 1st century CE, described the phoenix as if relying on eyewitness accounts. First, it builds itself a sepulchre of frankincense and myrrh and other spices into which, when its time is complete, It enters and dies. From the corruption of its flesh, a worm is produced, which feeds on the moisture of the dead creature and puts forth wings. A worm that feeds on the dead creature's moisture. This is not the language of pure symbolism. This is the careful description of someone who believes they are reporting biological facts, however strange. The phoenix that emerges from these earliest sources is not the sanitized, purely spiritual creature of later traditions. It is visceral, material, bound to cycles of flesh and blood, death and decay, corruption and renewal. It builds nests from real aromatic woods, frankincense, myrrh, cassia, cinnamon. It lays eggs. It carries the remains of its predecessors. It appears in specific locations at predictable intervals. What if the ancient Egyptians were recording their observations of an actual species? What if the phoenix represents our oldest ornithological text, a detailed natural history of a creature whose habits seemed so impossible that later ages could only preserve them as mythology? The bird that would not die may have been quite simply a bird that did not die in the way other birds died. A species with life cycles so extended, so unusual, so perfectly adapted to some long-term environmental rhythm, that human observers could only interpret their behavior through the lens of magic and miracle. The fire on the horizon burns brighter now. The ancient voices call across millennia, insisting that what we consider impossible was once magnificently, mysteriously real. The Nile floods have receded, leaving behind rich, dark earth that stretches toward the horizon like an endless carpet of possibility. It is dawn in ancient Egypt, and the sacred city of Heliopolis stirs to life with rituals older than memory. Here in this holiest of places, priests climb the steps of the great temple, carrying offerings of incense and precious oils, their eyes turned eastward toward the growing light. They are waiting for the Bennu. The Egyptian Bennu was never merely symbolic. Temple records describe it with the clinical precision of royal scribes documenting tribute from distant lands. Standing as tall as a man's shoulder, with legs like polished ebony and a neck that curved with serpentine grace. Its plumage shifted colors like the surface of deep water, sometimes appearing gray as storm clouds, sometimes blazing red gold like the heart of a forge, always crowned with twin feathers that rose from its head like sacred plumes. Unlike the later Greek phoenix, which was portrayed as eagle-like, the Bennu resembled a heron specifically, the gray heron that still haunts the banks of the Nile. But no ordinary heron commanded the reverence. According to the Bennu, this was a creature whose very presence was believed to regulate the cosmic order, whose migration patterns were tied to the flooding of the Nile, whose call could awaken the sun god Ra from his nightly journey through the underworld. The hieroglyph for Bennu contains layers of meaning that reveal its true significance. The word derives from weben, meaning to rise or to shine forth. But the symbol itself depicts a bird perched upon a sacred stone, the Benben stone, representing the primordial mound that emerged from the waters of chaos at creation. This was not just any bird, but the bird that stood at the intersection of order and chaos, life and death, time and eternity. Egyptian priests maintained detailed records of the Bennu's appearances, tracking them with the same careful attention they devoted to stellar observations and flood predictions. These were not random sightings, but part of a vast celestial calendar that governed agricultural cycles, religious festivals, and royal succession. But within this great cycle were smaller rhythms. Every 500 years, the priests recorded, the Bennu would manifest physically, arriving from the south bearing aromatic resins and precious stones in its beak. It would alight upon the sacred Persi tree, and the temple courtyard fill the air with its otherworldly song, and then vanish again into the desert wastes, leaving behind only the lingering scent of frankincense and the promise of eventual return. Modern Egyptologists struggle with these records because they read like natural history rather than mythology. The priests describe the Bennu's dye as apparently consisting of dates, figs, and certain aromatic seeds that grew only in temple gardens. They note its nesting habits, always building its roost at the highest point available, often atop obelisks or temple spires. They record its vocalizations, a complex series of calls that seem to mimic and anticipate the daily hymns sung during sunrise rituals. Most intriguingly, they describe the Bennu's relationship with fire as practical rather than mystical. The bird was not consumed by flames and reborn from ash, as later versions of the myth would claim. Instead, the Egyptian Bennu possessed an apparent immunity to fire, nesting among the sacred flames that burned perpetually in Re's temple, preening its feathers in smoke and ember as other birds might bathe in water. This fire adaptation appears repeatedly in Egyptian texts, always described matter-of-factly, as if recording the feeding habits of ibises or the migration patterns of cranes. The Bennu would swoop down to temple braziers and pluck burning brands in its beak, carrying them to its nest without harm. It would walk through sacred fires during certain ceremonies, emerging with feathers that glowed like heated metal, but showed no signs of burning. Priests who tended the temple flames reported finding unusual ash in the braziers after the Bennu's visits, ash that held its shape like delicate sculptures and gave off sweet-smelling smoke when disturbed. The connection between the Bennu and Osiris runs deeper than mere symbolic association. Egyptian mythology describes the Bennu as emerging from the heart of Osiris after his death and resurrection, but temple artwork suggests something more literal. Mural paintings in the tomb of Pharaoh Thutmose III show the Bennu standing guard over Osiris's mummy, not as spiritual allegory, but as physical protection. The bird appears to be performing some kind of ritual behavior, touching the wrapped body with its beak, spreading its wings in specific patterns, calling in response to the mummification ceremonies being performed by human priests. This protective behavior extended to living royalty as well. Chronicles from the Middle Kingdom describe the Bennu appearing during times of political crisis or natural disaster, always as a harbinger of renewal rather than doom. When the Nile failed to flood, when plagues struck the land, when foreign armies threatened the borders, the Bennu would manifest to perform what priests called the Great Restoration, some kind of ritual or natural process that invariably preceded the return of prosperity and order. But perhaps most significantly, Egyptian records suggest that the Bennu was not solitary. Temple inscriptions refer to the Bennu and its servants, smaller birds that accompanied the Great One during its appearances. These companions are described as resembling ordinary herons and ibises, but displaying unusual intelligence and coordination. They would fan out across the temple complex during the Bennu's visits, as if conducting some kind of survey or inspection, then return to report their findings through complex vocalizations that the priests attempted to record in hieroglyphic notation. The neurological sophistication implied by these accounts aligns with modern discoveries about avian intelligence. We now know that birds possess cognitive abilities that rival those of primates, with neural structures packed far more densely than previously imagined. Crows can solve multi-step problems, use tools, and even plan for future events. Ravens can learn to mimic human speech with such precision that they seem to understand context and meaning. If such intelligence exists in ordinary species, what might have been possible in a creature specifically adapted for extended lifespans and complex social behaviors? Egyptian mathematical texts contain curious calculations related to the Bennu's life cycle that suggest the priests were tracking more than mere mythology. Papyrus scrolls from the House of Life at Memphis include detailed formulas for predicting Bennu appearances based on stellar positions, flood levels, and something called the fire index, measurement system that remains undeciphered but appears to correlate flame intensity with atmospheric conditions. These calculations achieve remarkable precision, accurately predicting celestial events hundreds of years in advance. If the same mathematical principles were applied to tracking a real species with extended life cycles, the 500-year interval begins to make biological sense. Consider species like the periodical cicadas, which emerge en masse every 13 or 17 years with clockwork precision. Extend that principle across a much longer time span, perhaps tied to climatic cycles or astronomical phenomena, and you have a plausible mechanism for the Bennu's predictable appearances. The aromatic elements associated with the Bennu Mia, frankincense, cinnamon, cassia, were not randomly chosen for their symbolic value. These substances share common chemical properties. They are all antimicrobial, preservative, and mildly psychoactive when burned. Modern research suggests they may also possess properties that could theoretically extend cellular lifespan or trigger regenerative processes in certain organisms. Egyptian priests were sophisticated chemists who understood the medicinal and preservative properties of various substances. Their mummification techniques achieved preservation that modern science struggles to replicate. If they observed a bird species that utilized aromatic compounds in its nesting or feeding behavior, they would have been ideally positioned to recognize and record the significance of such adaptations. The Bennu's connection to the Nile's flooding cycle provides another tantalizing clue. The river's annual inundation was the lifeblood of Egyptian civilization, but it was also part of larger climatic patterns that operate on much longer timescales. Major flood cycles correlate with solar activity, atmospheric pressure systems, and even lunar orbital variations that unfold over centuries rather than years. A species that had evolved to time its reproductive cycles to these longer patterns might indeed appear to human observers only once every several centuries, emerging from distant habitats when specific environmental conditions aligned. The priest's careful tracking of such appearances would have been essential for agricultural planning and resource management, making the Bennu not just a religious symbol, but a practical indicator of ecological health and climatic stability. As the Egyptian empire gradually declined and foreign influences transformed the region's culture, knowledge of the Bennu's true nature may have been deliberately concealed or simply forgotten. The later Ptolemaic period shows increasing Hellenization of Egyptian religion, with complex theological concepts simplified into more accessible symbolic forms. The Bennu's transformation from practical reality into pure mythology may reflect this broader cultural shift away from detailed observation toward abstract interpretation. But the hieroglyphs remain. The mathematical calculations persist. The detailed behavioral descriptions survive in fragments scattered across thousands of temple inscriptions and papyrus scrolls. Each piece suggests that the ancient Egyptians were recording their careful observations of something real, something extraordinary, perhaps, but real nonetheless. The sacred fires of Heliopolis have long since been extinguished. The priests who tended them have been dust for millennia, but their meticulous records preserve the possibility that once, in the dawn light of human civilization, firebirds actually walked among us, leaving footprints in Nile mud and wingprints in Egyptian memory. Across the wine-dark waters of the Mediterranean, the Egyptian Bennu transformed into something altogether different. In the hands of Greek philosophers and poets, the practical reality documented by Egyptian priests became cosmic metaphor. A carefully observed creature of flesh and blood evolved into pure symbol burning bright in the realm of ideas rather than nesting in actual trees. Yet something essential survived the translation. The Greeks inherited more than just stories from Egypt. They inherited a mystery that demanded explanation. How could a bird live for 500 years? What natural process could drive such precise cyclical death and rebirth? Why did cultures across the Mediterranean share variations of this same impossible tale? Herodotus, the father of history, approached the phoenix with characteristic intellectual curiosity. Writing around 440 BCE, he neither dismissed the Egyptian claims as mere superstition nor accepted them as literal truth. Instead, he investigated with a methodical approach that made him one of the world's first scientific historians. The Egyptians tell me that the phoenix appears in Egypt only once every 500 years. Herodotus wrote. "I have never seen one myself except in pictures, but I have spoken with the priests of Heliopolis, who describe it thus. The bird resembles an eagle in size and appearance, though its feathers burn red and gold like fire. When its time comes to die, it constructs a nest of myrrh and cassia and other aromatic woods, then sets the nest aflame and perishes in the fire. From the ashes emerges a young phoenix, which embalms its parents' remains in myrrh and carries them to the temple of the sun in Heliopolis." What intrigues modern readers about Herodotus's account is its careful balance between skepticism and open-mindedness. He neither ridicules the priest's claims nor accepts them uncritically. He reports what he was told, notes what he could verify, and acknowledges the limitations of his own knowledge. This measured approach suggests that even in ancient Greece, the phoenix occupied an ambiguous space between natural history and mythology. The philosopher Aristotle addressed the phoenix question with characteristic analytical precision. In his work on the natural world, he categorized birds according to observable characteristics: diet, habitat, breeding patterns, migration cycles. The phoenix defied such classification because it possessed attributes that seemed to belong to multiple categories simultaneously. It was described as carnivorous like an eagle, but herbivorous like a dove. It was said to migrate like a crane, but to nest in specific locations like a territorial hawk. It demonstrated intelligence like a parrot, but longevity that exceeded any known species. Aristotle's solution was elegant. He proposed that the phoenix represented not a single species, but a natural phenomenon, recurring pattern of ecological death and renewal that ancient observers had personified as a mythical bird. This interpretation allowed him to preserve the core insights of the Egyptian accounts while placing them within a framework that made philosophical sense to Greek minds. But it was the Roman poet Ovid who gave the phoenix its most enduring literary form. In his Metamorphoses, written during the reign of Augustus, the phoenix became a creature of pure transformation, embodying not just the cycle of individual death and rebirth, but the eternal principle of change itself that governs all existence. Ovid's phoenix was magnificent beyond earthly comparison. "There is one bird," he wrote, "that renews and reproduces itself. The Assyrians call it the phoenix. It does not live on seeds and herbs, but on drops of incense and the sap of cardamom. When this bird completes a full 5 centuries of life, it immediately builds a nest for itself in the swaying branches of a palm tree, using only its claws and pure beak. As soon as it has strewn cassia bark and spikes of sweet nard and fragments of cinnamon with yellow myrrh, it settles on top and ends its life among the perfumes." The precision of Ovid's botanical details suggests access to sources that went beyond pure literary imagination. Cassia, nard, cinnamon, myrrh, these were not random selections, but specific aromatic substances with known properties. Ancient Roman traders who dealt in such spices would have been familiar with their origins, their harvesting methods, and their various uses. If Ovid was simply inventing poetic details, why choose materials with such specific characteristics and geographical origins? The transformation of the phoenix from Egyptian reality into Greek metaphor coincided with broader changes in Mediterranean civilization. As rational philosophy replaced mythological thinking, as empirical observation challenged traditional beliefs, stories like the phoenix required new interpretations that could satisfy both intellectual rigor and spiritual need. The Stoic philosophers found in the phoenix a perfect symbol for their doctrine of eternal recurrence, the belief that the universe itself periodically consumed itself in cosmic fire, only to be reborn in exactly the same form. The phoenix's 500-year cycle became a microcosm of the Great Year, a vast temporal revolution during which all things returned to their original state. Meanwhile, Neoplatonist thinkers interpreted the phoenix as representing the soul's journey through multiple incarnations, dying to lower forms of consciousness and being reborn into higher spiritual states. The fire that consumed the phoenix's physical body became the purifying flame of enlightenment that burns away ignorance and illusion. Yet even as the phoenix became increasingly abstract in philosophical discourse, practical elements of the Egyptian accounts persisted in unexpected places. Greek medical texts contain references to phoenix medicine, therapeutic preparations made from aromatic substances supposedly gathered from phoenix nests. These remedies were prescribed for conditions involving premature aging, chronic fatigue, and what modern medicine might recognize as autoimmune disorders. The ingredients listed in these medical texts correspond exactly to the aromatic materials associated with the phoenix in mythological accounts. Myrrh for its anti-inflammatory properties, frankincense for respiratory ailments, cinnamon for digestive disorders, cassia for circulatory problems. If physicians were prescribing combinations of substances that promoted longevity and cellular repair, they may have been unconsciously preserving knowledge of an actual species' remarkable adaptations. Greek astronomical texts also contain intriguing references to the phoenix cycle, a 500-year period that correlates with certain celestial phenomena. Ancient astronomers tracked multiple overlapping cycles: the 19-year Metonic cycle that harmonizes solar and lunar calendars, the 76-year Callippic cycle that refines these calculations, and various longer periods related to planetary motions and stellar positions. A 500-year cycle would encompass approximately 26 Metonic cycles, or 6.5 Callippic cycles, mathematically elegant relationships that would have appealed to Greek minds seeking cosmic harmony. If ancient astronomers observed correlations between certain celestial patterns and the appearance of unusual birds, they would have naturally incorporated such observations into their mathematical models of cosmic order. The geographic details preserved in Greek accounts also deserve attention. Multiple sources specify that the phoenix came from Arabia, Ethiopia, or India, distant lands associated with exotic spices, precious stones, and unknown creatures. But these were not randomly chosen fantasy locations. They were real places connected by established trade routes, regions where aromatic substances were harvested and where unusual wildlife might actually exist. Greek naturalists like Ctesias and Megasthenes, who traveled to India and Persia as ambassadors and court physicians, reported encountering birds with remarkable characteristics, some displaying unusual intelligence, others showing apparent immunity to certain toxins, still others demonstrating lifespans that exceeded normal avian parameters. While their accounts were often embellished with fantastic details, they may have preserved accurate observations of species unknown to Mediterranean science. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder, compiling reports from Greek sources in his Natural History, noted that Arabian traders occasionally brought unusual birds to Mediterranean markets, creatures that resembled familiar species but displayed anomalous behaviors. Some showed no fear of fire and would actually approach burning braziers. Others seemed to require diets consisting entirely of aromatic seeds and resins. A few were reported to live for decades in captivity without showing signs of aging. Pliny's clinical tone suggests he was documenting actual commercial transactions rather than recycling mythological tales. If exotic birds with unusual characteristics were occasionally available in Roman markets, wealthy collectors and natural philosophers would have had opportunities to observe their behavior directly. Such observations might have provided the empirical foundation for otherwise fantastical accounts. The theological adoption of the phoenix by early Christian writers adds another layer of complexity to the historical record. Church fathers like Clement of Rome and Origen of Alexandria wrote about the phoenix not as pagan mythology, but as natural evidence supporting Christian doctrine. They argued that if God had created a bird capable of resurrection, the resurrection of Christ became not miraculous exception, but natural principle writ large. This theological strategy required Christian writers to defend the phoenix's literal existence while simultaneously interpreting it as spiritual allegory. Their arguments preserve detailed naturalistic descriptions, embedded within doctrinal treatises, hybrid texts that blend careful observation with religious interpretation in ways that suggest access to sources beyond pure literary tradition. Saint Ambrose of Milan, writing in the 4th century CE, described witnessing what he believed to be an actual phoenix during his travels in Egypt. His account contains specific details about the creature's size, coloration, and behavior that read more like field notes than theological meditation. Whether Ambrose actually encountered an unusual bird or simply convinced himself that he had seen the legendary creature, his description preserves observational details that continue to intrigue natural historians. As Christianity displaced classical paganism throughout the Roman Empire, the phoenix underwent its final major transformation from natural phenomenon into pure religious symbol. Medieval bestiaries depicted it as a creature of spiritual allegory rather than biological reality, and Renaissance emblems used its image to represent Christian resurrection, alchemical transformation, and royal rebirth. Yet the scientific revolution of the early modern period sparked renewed interest in the historical basis of mythological creatures. Natural philosophers like Sir Thomas Browne investigated ancient accounts with rigorous skepticism while remaining open to the possibility that some legendary animals might represent misunderstood observations of real species. The Greek transformation of the Egyptian Bennu into the phoenix thus represents more than mere cultural transmission. It demonstrates how empirical observations can survive within mythological frameworks, preserving authentic details even as they acquire symbolic meanings. The careful reader can still detect, within the poetry and philosophy of classical sources, fragments of what may once have been straightforward natural history. The fire of Greek imagination refined the phoenix into its most memorable form, but it also preserved the mystery at the myth's heart, the possibility that somewhere, in some distant land, during some astronomical cycle we no longer understand, birds really did rise from their own ashes, defying death with wings of flame. Across the wine-dark waters of the Mediterranean, the Egyptian Bennu transformed into something altogether different. In the hands of Greek philosophers and poets, the practical reality documented by Egyptian priests became cosmic metaphor. A carefully observed creature of flesh and blood evolved into pure symbol burning bright in the realm of ideas rather than nesting in actual trees. Yet something essential survived the translation. The Greeks inherited more than just stories from Egypt. They inherited a mystery that demanded explanation. How could a bird live for 500 years? What natural process could drive such precise cyclical death and rebirth? Why did cultures across the Mediterranean share variations of this same impossible tale? Herodotus, the father of history, approached the phoenix with characteristic intellectual curiosity. Writing around 440 BCE, he neither dismissed the Egyptian claims as mere superstition nor accepted them as literal truth. Instead, he investigated with a methodical approach that made him one of the world's first scientific historians. The Egyptians tell me that the phoenix appears in Egypt only once every 500 years, Herodotus wrote. I have never seen one myself except in pictures, but I have spoken with the priests of Heliopolis, who describe it thus: the bird resembles an eagle in size and appearance, though its feathers burn red and gold like fire. When its time comes to die, it constructs a nest of myrrh and cassia and other aromatic woods, then sets the nest aflame and perishes in the fire. From the ashes emerges a young phoenix, which embalms its parents' remains in myrrh and carries them to the Temple of the Sun in Heliopolis. What intrigues modern readers about Herodotus's account is its careful balance between skepticism and open-mindedness. He neither ridicules the priest's claims nor accepts them uncritically. He reports what he was told, notes what he could verify, and acknowledges the limitations of his own knowledge. This measured approach suggests that even in ancient Greece, the phoenix occupied an ambiguous space between natural history and mythology. The philosopher Aristotle addressed the phoenix question with characteristic analytical precision. In his work on the natural world, he categorized birds according to observable characteristics: diet, habitat, breeding patterns, migration cycles. The phoenix defied such classification because it possessed attributes that seemed to belong to multiple categories simultaneously. It was described as carnivorous like an eagle, but herbivorous like a dove. It was said to migrate like a crane, but to nest in specific locations like a territorial hawk. It demonstrated intelligence like a parrot, but longevity that exceeded any known species. Aristotle's solution was elegant. He proposed that the phoenix represented not a single species, but a natural phenomenon, recurring pattern of ecological death and renewal that ancient observers had personified as a mythical bird. This interpretation allowed him to preserve the core insights of the Egyptian accounts while placing them within a framework that made philosophical sense to Greek minds. But it was the Roman poet Ovid who gave the phoenix its most enduring literary form. In his Metamorphoses, written during the reign of Augustus, the phoenix became a creature of pure transformation, embodying not just the cycle of individual death and rebirth, but the eternal principle of change itself that governs all existence. Ovid's phoenix was magnificent beyond earthly comparison. "There is one bird," he wrote, "that renews and reproduces itself. The Assyrians call it the phoenix. It does not live on seeds and herbs, but on drops of incense and the sap of cardamom. When this bird completes a full 5 centuries of life, it immediately builds a nest for itself in the swaying branches of a palm tree, using only its claws and pure beak. As soon as it has strewn cassia bark and spikes of sweet nard and fragments of cinnamon with yellow myrrh, it settles on top and ends its life among the perfumes." The precision of Ovid's botanical details suggests access to sources that went beyond pure literary imagination. Cassia, nard, cinnamon, myrrh, these were not random selections, but specific aromatic substances with known properties. Ancient Roman traders who dealt in such spices would have been familiar with their origins, their harvesting methods, and their various uses. If Ovid was simply inventing poetic details, why choose materials with such specific characteristics and geographical origins? The transformation of the phoenix from Egyptian reality into Greek metaphor coincided with broader changes in Mediterranean civilization. As rational philosophy replaced mythological thinking, as empirical observation challenged traditional beliefs, stories like the phoenix required new interpretations that could satisfy both intellectual rigor and spiritual need. The Stoic philosophers found in the phoenix a perfect symbol for their doctrine of eternal recurrence, the belief that the universe itself periodically consumed itself in cosmic fire, only to be reborn in exactly the same form. The phoenix's 500-year cycle became a microcosm of the Great Year, the vast temporal revolution during which all things returned to their original state. Meanwhile, Neoplatonist thinkers interpreted the phoenix as representing the soul's journey through multiple incarnations, dying to lower forms of consciousness and being reborn into higher spiritual states. The fire that consumed the phoenix's physical body became the purifying flame of enlightenment that burns away ignorance and illusion. Yet even as the phoenix became increasingly abstract in philosophical discourse, practical elements of the Egyptian accounts persisted in unexpected places. Greek medical texts contain references to phoenix medicine, therapeutic preparations made from aromatic substances supposedly gathered from phoenix nests. These remedies were prescribed for conditions involving premature aging, chronic fatigue, and what modern medicine might recognize as autoimmune disorders. The ingredients listed in these medical texts correspond exactly to the aromatic materials associated with the phoenix in mythological accounts. Myrrh for its anti-inflammatory properties, frankincense for respiratory ailments, cinnamon for digestive disorders, cassia for circulatory problems. If physicians were prescribing combinations of substances that promoted longevity and cellular repair, They may have been unconsciously preserving knowledge of an actual species' remarkable adaptations. Greek astronomical texts also contain intriguing references to the phoenix cycle, a 500-year period that correlates with certain celestial phenomena. Ancient astronomers tracked multiple overlapping cycles: the 19-year Metonic cycle that harmonizes solar and lunar calendars, the 76-year Callippic cycle that refines these calculations, and various longer periods related to planetary motions and stellar positions. A 500-year cycle would encompass approximately 26 Metonic cycles, or 6.5 Callippic cycles, mathematically elegant relationships that would have appealed to Greek minds seeking cosmic harmony. If ancient astronomers observed correlations between certain celestial patterns and the appearance of unusual birds, they would have naturally incorporated such observations into their mathematical models of cosmic order. The geographic details preserved in Greek accounts also deserve attention. Multiple sources specify that the phoenix came from Arabia, Ethiopia, or India, distant lands associated with exotic spices, precious stones, and unknown creatures. But these were not randomly chosen fantasy locations. They were real places connected by established trade routes, regions where aromatic substances were harvested and where unusual wildlife might actually exist. Greek naturalists like Ctesias and Megasthenes, who traveled to India and Persia as ambassadors and court physicians, reported encountering birds with remarkable characteristics, some displaying unusual intelligence, others showing apparent immunity to certain toxins, still others demonstrating lifespans that exceeded normal avian parameters. While their accounts were often embellished with fantastic details, they may have preserved accurate observations of species unknown to Mediterranean science. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder, compiling reports from Greek sources in his natural history, noted that Arabian traders occasionally brought unusual birds to Mediterranean markets, creatures that resembled familiar species but displayed anomalous behaviors. Some showed no fear of fire and would actually approach burning braziers. Others seemed to require diets consisting entirely of aromatic seeds and resins. A few were reported to live for decades in captivity without showing signs of aging. Pliny's clinical tone suggests he was documenting actual commercial transactions rather than recycling mythological tales. If exotic birds with unusual characteristics were occasionally available in Roman markets, wealthy collectors and natural philosophers would have had opportunities to observe their behavior directly. Such observations might have provided the empirical foundation for otherwise fantastical accounts. The theological adoption of the phoenix by early Christian writers adds another layer of complexity to the historical record. Church fathers like Clement of Rome and Origen of Alexandria wrote about the phoenix not as pagan mythology, but as natural evidence supporting Christian doctrine. They argued that if God had created a bird capable of resurrection, the resurrection of Christ became not miraculous exception, but natural principle writ large. This theological strategy required Christian writers to defend the phoenix's literal existence while simultaneously interpreting it as spiritual allegory. Their arguments preserve detailed naturalistic descriptions embedded within doctrinal treatises, hybrid texts that blend careful observation with religious interpretation in ways that suggest access to sources beyond pure literary tradition. St. Ambrose of Milan, writing in the 4th century CE, described witnessing what he believed to be an actual phoenix during his travels in Egypt. His account contains specific details about the creature's size, coloration, and behavior that read more like field notes than theological meditation. Whether Ambrose actually encountered an unusual bird or simply convinced himself that he had seen the legendary creature, his description preserves observational details that continue to intrigue natural historians. As Christianity displaced classical paganism throughout the Roman Empire, the phoenix underwent its final major transformation from natural phenomenon into pure religious symbol. Medieval bestiaries depicted it as a creature of spiritual allegory rather than biological reality, and Renaissance emblems used its image to represent Christian resurrection, alchemical transformation, and royal rebirth. Yet the scientific revolution of the early modern period sparked renewed interest in the historical basis of mythological creatures. Natural philosophers like Sir Thomas Browne investigated ancient accounts with rigorous skepticism, while remaining open to the possibility that some legendary animals might represent misunderstood observations of real species. The Greek transformation of the Egyptian Bennu into the phoenix thus represents more than mere cultural transmission. It demonstrates how empirical observations can survive within mythological frameworks, preserving authentic details even as they acquire symbolic meanings. The careful reader can still detect, within the poetry and philosophy of classical sources, fragments of what may once have been straightforward natural history. The fire of Greek imagination refined the phoenix into its most memorable form, but it also preserved the mystery at the myth's heart, the possibility that somewhere, in some distant land, during some astronomical cycle we no longer understand, birds really did rise from their own ashes, defying death with wings of flame. The forest floor lies thick with ash, gray as winter clouds, soft as powdered bone. Here, in the aftermath of wildfire, death appears absolute. Charred stumps reach toward empty sky like the fingers of buried giants. The silence feels eternal, broken only by the whisper of wind through blackened branches and the distant call of carrion birds circling overhead. Yet beneath the ash, something stirs. Within weeks of the fire's passage, impossibly green shoots pierce the gray blanket. Seeds that have waited decades for this moment respond to chemical signals released by burning vegetation. Root systems that appeared destroyed reveal themselves to be merely dormant, sending up new growth with explosive vitality. The forest is not dying, it is being reborn. This is the true miracle that may have inspired Phoenix mythology, the discovery that fire, seemingly the ultimate destroyer, could actually serve as the ultimate creator. Ancient observers, witnessing the regenerative power of controlled burning, might well have personified these cycles as a magnificent bird that died in flames, only to rise again from its own ashes. Ecologists now understand that many ecosystems not only tolerate fire, but actually require it for long-term health. These pyrogenic landscapes have evolved over millions of years in partnership with periodic burning, developing intricate relationships between flame, soil, plants, and wildlife that create some of the most biologically diverse habitats on Earth. The giant sequoias of California provide perhaps the most dramatic example. These ancient trees, some living for over 3,000 years, cannot reproduce without fire. Their cones release seeds only when exposed to extreme heat, and their seedlings require the mineral-rich soil and reduced competition that follow major burns. What appears to be destruction is actually essential reproduction, death enabling life on a timescale that dwarfs human perception. But the regenerative power of fire extends far beyond individual species to encompass entire ecological communities. Post-fire environments often support completely different assemblages of plants and animals than pre-fire conditions, creating a succession of biological communities that cycle through predictable phases over decades or centuries. In Australian eucalyptus forests, this succession follows patterns so regular that Aboriginal fire managers have developed sophisticated calendars based on vegetation recovery stages. They recognize over 20 distinct phases of post-fire ecological development, each characterized by different dominant species, soil conditions, and resource availability. Managing these cycles through controlled burning allows them to maintain maximum biological diversity while providing sustainable resources for human communities. The temporal scales involved in these fire cycles may explain the phoenix's legendary 500-year lifespan. Major ecological regeneration events often operate on multi-century timescales, tied to climate fluctuations, soil development, and forest succession patterns that unfold over many human generations. A species that had evolved to participate in these long-term cycles might indeed appear to human observers only at intervals spanning multiple lifetimes. Consider the case of bamboo forests, which demonstrates some of the most dramatic regeneration cycles in the natural world. Many bamboo species flower and die synchronously across vast geographic areas, following cycles that range from 15 to 120 years. During these mass die-offs, entire forest communities collapse and regenerate within a few seasons, supporting completely different wildlife assemblages before and after the transition. If ancient observers witnessed similar phenomena involving fire-adapted bird species, they might well have interpreted such events as magical death and rebirth rather than natural population cycles. A raptor species that participated in long-term fire management might synchronize its own reproductive cycles with major burning events, appearing en masse during certain decades while remaining virtually absent for extended periods. The chemical ecology of fire provides another crucial piece of the phoenix puzzle. Burning vegetation releases complex cocktails of volatile organic compounds, many of which have profound effects on both plant and animal physiology. Some of these substances trigger germination in dormant seeds. Others promote root growth in damaged plants, and still others appear to influence hormonal cycles in wildlife species. Smoke from certain aromatic plants, including many of the substances associated with phoenix nests, contains compounds that enhance cellular repair mechanisms, boost immune function, and extend lifespan in various organisms. Laboratory studies have demonstrated that controlled exposure to smoke from frankincense, myrrh, and similar resins can stimulate regenerative processes at the molecular level, potentially explaining why ancient accounts consistently linked these substances with phoenix longevity. The phenomenon becomes even more intriguing when we consider the role of fire in avian ecology specifically. Many bird species have co-evolved with fire regimes, developing behavioral adaptations that allow them to exploit coast fire resources while avoiding the immediate dangers of active burning. Some species actually seem to anticipate fire events, gathering in areas where environmental conditions suggest ignition is likely. The black-backed woodpecker provides a remarkable example of such adaptation. These birds are specialists in post-fire environments, feeding primarily on insect larvae that colonize recently burned trees. They can detect fire events from hundreds of miles away, apparently using acoustic, chemical, and possibly even electromagnetic cues to locate suitable habitat. Within weeks of major fires, black-backed woodpeckers appear in numbers that seem impossible given the sparse populations in surrounding areas. If similar fire specialist behaviors had evolved in larger, more conspicuous species, ancient observers might well have interpreted sudden appearances of unusual birds as supernatural events. A raptor species adapted to exploit post-fire conditions might demonstrate apparent immunity to smoke and heat, build nests from fire-adapted aromatic materials, and appear in large numbers only during specific phases of long-term fire cycles. The psychological impact of witnessing ecological regeneration after major fires cannot be understated. Modern researchers working in recently burned forests report profound emotional responses to the speed and vigor of natural recovery. Areas that appeared completely destroyed reveal themselves to be erupting with new life within months of burning events. Ancient peoples, lacking scientific understanding of ecological succession, would have found such regeneration literally miraculous. The transformation of apparent death into explosive life would have demanded explanations that transcended ordinary natural processes. Mythological frameworks that attributed such resurrections to magical birds would have provided both emotional comfort and practical wisdom about the long-term benefits of controlled burning. Controlled burning techniques developed independently across multiple continents, indicating that human societies repeatedly discovered the regenerative power of carefully applied fire. In many cases, These burning practices were associated with specific spiritual beliefs and mythological traditions that encoded practical knowledge about optimal timing and techniques. The Aboriginal Australian practice of cultural burning provides perhaps the most sophisticated example of such fire management. Aboriginal communities developed elaborate ceremonial cycles tied to ecological burning patterns, using mythological narratives to preserve and transmit technical knowledge about fire behavior, seasonal timing, and long-term environmental effects. Many of these ceremonies feature bird spirits or totemic animals that guide humans in proper fire use. Similar patterns appear in other fire-adapted cultures around the world. Native American tribes of the Great Plains developed buffalo hunting techniques that incorporated controlled burning to manage grassland ecosystems. These practices were embedded within spiritual traditions that honored the regenerative power of fire and often featured bird spirits as mediators between human communities and natural forces. European folklore contains numerous references to birds associated with agricultural burning and forest management. The robin, despite its small size, was traditionally considered a firebird in many Celtic traditions, associated with the controlled burns used to clear fields and promote new growth. The phoenix legend may represent the mythological apex of such traditions, preserving ancient knowledge about large-scale fire management in narrative form. The aromatic plants consistently associated with phoenix mythology myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, cassia are all fire-adapted species that have evolved to benefit from periodic burning. These plants produce their characteristic resins and oils as chemical responses to fire stress, creating natural fire accelerants that promote rapid, intense burns followed by vigorous regrowth. A bird species that had co-evolved with such plants might naturally incorporate their fire-promoting properties into its own reproductive strategies, building nests designed to burn at specific temperatures and creating controlled fire events that enhanced habitat quality for subsequent generations. Such behavior would explain both the phoenix's association with aromatic materials and its apparent ability to control and survive fire. Modern restoration ecology increasingly recognizes fire as an essential tool for maintaining ecosystem health. Prescribed burning programs now operate across millions of acres worldwide, using controlled fires to reduce wildfire risk while promoting biological diversity. These programs often struggle to replicate the natural fire patterns that operated before human interference, lacking the ecological memory embedded in traditional burning practices. The phoenix mythology might represent a fragment of such ecological memory, a preserved record of how pre-agricultural societies understood and worked with fire cycles on landscape scales. If ancient cultures had developed partnerships with fire specialist bird species, the collapse of such relationships might explain both the disappearance of phoenix-like behaviors and the transformation of practical knowledge into purely mythological form. Standing in a forest recently touched by controlled fire, watching green shoots emerge from blackened soil while smoke still curls from smoldering logs, the phoenix legend acquires new resonance. The bird that rises from its own ashes becomes not supernatural fantasy, but natural fact, the embodiment of life as eternal capacity for renewal through apparent destruction. The ash settles, the shoots grow taller, and somewhere in the distance, carried on wind that smells of smoke and new beginnings, the faint sound of wings beat against the morning sky. From the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas to the windswept steppes of Central Asia, from the cedar forests of Lebanon to the spice markets of ancient Baghdad, variations of the phoenix legend spread like wildfire across the ancient world. But these were not simple copies of Egyptian or Greek stories. Each culture developed its own version, adapted to local environments and spiritual needs, yet preserving core elements that suggest a common source. In Persia, the mighty Simurgh ruled the skies with wisdom accumulated over centuries. This was no mere firebird, but a cosmic entity whose single feather could heal any wound, whose shadow could revive the dead, whose cry could shatter mountains, and whose wings could span continents. Persian poets described the Simurgh as dwelling atop Mount Kaf, the mythical peak that surrounded the world, accessible only to the pure of heart and the desperately brave. The Simurgh differed from its Egyptian and Greek cousins in crucial ways. Where the phoenix died and was reborn through fire, the Simurgh was portrayed as immortal, ancient beyond measure but never dying, accumulating wisdom through endless observation of the world's cycles. Its feathers were said to change color with the seasons: blazing gold in summer, silver white in winter, deep red during times of war, and emerald green when peace reigned across the earth. Persian astronomical texts contain intriguing references to the Simurgh cycle, a period of 1,728 years that corresponds to certain planetary alignments and was used for long-term calendar calculations. This time span is exactly 3.456 times longer than the Phoenix's 500-year cycle, suggesting mathematical relationships between different cultural versions of the myth that may reflect observations of related but distinct natural phenomena. The physical descriptions of the Simurgh preserve details that sound almost ethnological. Persian miniatures depict a creature with the head and wings of an eagle, but the body size of an elephant, covered in iridescent feathers that reflect light like polished metal. Its talons were described as being capable of carrying off full-grown elephants, and its beak could crack stone as easily as nutshells. These proportions suggest something far larger than any known bird species. Yet the anatomical details remain consistently bird-like across centuries of artistic representation. Chinese civilization developed its own magnificent firebird, the fanghong, often translated as the Chinese phoenix, but possessing characteristics that set it apart from Western versions. Unlike the solitary phoenix of Mediterranean tradition, the fanghong was intensely social, appearing only during times of great harmony when virtuous rulers governed with wisdom and justice. Chinese historical records describe mass appearances of fanghong during certain imperial dynasties, with hundreds of the birds supposedly gathering in the capital to signal divine approval of the government. These mass appearances followed patterns that correlate with Chinese historical cycles of prosperity and decline. The birds appeared during the golden ages of various dynasties, but vanished during periods of civil war, natural disaster, and political corruption. If the fanghong represented observations of actual bird behavior, these patterns suggest a species whose population dynamics were closely tied to environmental stability and resource availability. Chinese texts describe the fanghong as possessing 5-colored plumage: red, yellow, white, black, and blue-green, with each color representing one of the fundamental forces in Chinese cosmology. The bird song was said to contain 5 distinct notes that corresponded to the Chinese musical scale, and its appearance was divided into 5 sections, representing different virtues. The head symbolized virtue, the wings represented duty, the back stood for propriety, the abdomen embodied reliability, and the breast represented benevolence. This systematic symbolism suggests that Chinese observers were attempting to catalog and classify something they considered real. The five-fold organization reflects traditional Chinese approaches to natural history, where phenomena were understood through systematic observation and classification rather than pure mythological thinking. Archaeological evidence from Shang Dynasty sites, c. 1600 to 1046 BCE, includes numerous bronze vessels decorated with fanghong motifs that display consistent anatomical features across different artistic styles and time periods. These artifacts suggest that Chinese artisans were working from standardized models rather than pure imagination, possibly based on preserved specimens or detailed descriptions of actual birds. In the Indian subcontinent, the mighty Garuda emerged as a creature that combined phoenix-like characteristics with distinctly South Asian elements. Described as the mount of the god Vishnu, Garuda possessed the size and power to carry deities across cosmic distances, while demonstrating intelligence that rivaled the gods themselves. Sanskrit texts describe Garuda as having a golden body that blazed like the sun, wings that could create hurricanes with their movement, and eyes that flashed like lightning during flight. Unlike the cyclical death and rebirth of other phoenix variants, Garuda was portrayed as eternally vital, never aging, never dying, but constantly growing in size and power as the universe itself expanded. The Garuda Purana, one of the 18 major Sanskrit texts, contains detailed descriptions of Garuda's anatomy and behavior that read like natural history rather than pure mythology. These astronomical timescales suggest that Garuda mythology may have been used to encode knowledge about geological or cosmic cycles that operate on scales far beyond human lifespans. If ancient Indian astronomers were tracking celestial phenomena over extremely long periods, they might have used Garuda imagery to preserve mathematical relationships and temporal patterns that would otherwise be forgotten. The most intriguing aspect of Garuda mythology concerns its relationship with serpents. According to Sanskrit sources, Garuda feeds exclusively on Naga serpent beings that represent both literal snakes and cosmic forces of dissolution and chaos. This relationship between bird and serpent appears in phoenix traditions worldwide, suggesting either cultural transmission or independent observation of similar ecological relationships. In modern ecology, many large raptors do indeed specialize in hunting reptiles, including species like the secretary bird of Africa and the serpent eagle of Asia. These birds have evolved specialized techniques for dealing with venomous prey, including apparent immunity to certain snake venoms and behavioral adaptations that allow them to hunt dangerous reptiles safely. If Garuda represented observations of giant raptor species that specialized in hunting large reptiles, the mythological emphasis on serpent-eating behavior would make ecological sense. Such specialization might also explain the bird as apparent immunity to poisons and its association with healing characteristics that could derive from observed resistance to snake venoms. The Arabian ROC or roc represents perhaps the most physically imposing version of the phoenix archetype. Arabic talis describe this creature as so enormous that it could carry off full-grown elephants, build nests from entire trees, and create hurricanes with the movement of its wings. The famous traveler Ibn Battuta claimed to have seen ROC feathers that were large enough to use as sails for merchant ships. These extreme proportions might seem to place the ROC firmly in the realm of pure fantasy. But fossil evidence suggests that giant birds did once exist in the Indian Ocean region where ROC legends originated. The elephant bird of Madagascar stood over 10 feet tall and weighed nearly half a ton, making it by far the largest bird species known to have coexisted with human civilization. More significantly, elephant bird remains have been found with evidence of human interaction, including bones showing butchering marks and eggshells modified for use as containers. Some specimens date to as recently as 1,000 years ago, placing their extinction well within the time frame of medieval Arabic exploration and trade in the Indian Ocean. If Arabian merchants encountered elephant birds or related species during their voyages to Madagascar and the East African coast, they would naturally have incorporated such observations into their travel narratives. The transformation of a 10-foot tall flightless bird into a flying monster capable of carrying elephants represents exactly the kind of embellishment that characterizes oral tradition, where remarkable truth becomes impossible legend through repeated retelling. The psychological impact of encountering such creatures on isolated merchants and sailors cannot be overstated. Finding birds larger than horses on remote islands would have generated exactly the kind of awe and wonder that characterizes ROC mythology. The subsequent extinction of these species would have left only stories that grew in the telling until they described creatures of impossible magnificence. What emerges from this global survey of phoenix-like mythologies is not simple cultural diffusion, but something more complex and intriguing. While trade routes and cultural exchange certainly spread stories between civilizations, The core elements of phoenix mythology, extreme longevity, fire immunity, regenerative cycles, and prophetic significance, appear independently in cultures that had no direct contact with each other. This pattern suggests either remarkable coincidence or observations of similar natural phenomena occurring in different regions. If various cultures were encountering bird species with unusual characteristics, exceptional lifespans, fire-related behaviors, or cyclical population dynamics, they might independently develop mythological frameworks to explain and preserve their observations. The mathematical relationships between different cultural versions of the phoenix cycle also support this interpretation. The 500-year phoenix cycle, the 1,728-year Simurgh cycle, and various other temporal patterns described in Asian sources all represent multiples or fractions of astronomical cycles that ancient observers would have tracked for calendar and agricultural purposes. If phoenix-like birds were somehow synchronized with these larger cosmic rhythms, perhaps through sensitivity to magnetic fields, solar radiation cycles, or other environmental cues that correlate with astronomical phenomena, ancient observers might have developed increasingly sophisticated methods for predicting their appearances. The aromatic substances associated with phoenix mythology across cultures also show remarkable consistency. Myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, cassia, and sandalwood appear in phoenix-related texts from Egypt to China, despite the fact these materials originated in different geographic regions and were available to different cultures at different times. This consistency suggests either active trade in phoenix-related materials or independent discovery of similar properties in analogous substances. If phoenix-like species actually utilized aromatic compounds in their biology for nesting, defense, or physiological regulation, different cultures might have identified chemically similar materials that serve the same functions. As we trace these golden threads of mythology across continents and millennia, a pattern emerges that transcends simple storytelling. The phoenix, in all its cultural variations, represents humanity as attempt to understand and encode observations of phenomena that exceeded the explanatory frameworks available to ancient minds. Whether these phenomena involved actual bird species with extraordinary characteristics, ecological cycles that operated on unprecedented timescales, or astronomical relationships that influenced terrestrial biology, the phoenix mythologies preserve crucial information about how our ancestors perceived and recorded the natural world. The firebirds of antiquity may be extinct, their secrets buried beneath millennia of changing climate and expanding human civilization. But their stories endure, carrying within them the possibility that once, when the world was younger and wilder, creatures of impossible magnificence really did ride the wind on wings of flame and song. In a quiet corner of London's Regent's Park, an elderly gentleman feeds breadcrumbs to the ducks with the careful attention of long practice. His hands, weathered by decades of seasons, scatter grain with practiced precision, while his eyes track the familiar birds that gather at his feet. Among them waddles a particular Canada goose, distinguished by a slight limp and a missing patch of feathers on its left wing, battle scars from some forgotten encounter decades past. This goose has been visiting this pond for over 30 years. The man who feeds it remembers when it first arrived as a juvenile, recognizes its unique markings and behavioral quirks, has watched it raise multiple generations of offspring in the same sheltered cove where his father once brought him to feed waterfowl. The goose, in turn, seems to recognize its human benefactor, approaching closer than the other birds, waiting patiently when he's late for their appointed meetings. 30 years represents a significant portion of a human lifespan. For the goose, it may be approaching the limits of biological possibility for its species. Yet both bird and human participate in a relationship that transcends ordinary temporal boundaries, creating connections that span decades and suggest possibilities for even longer associations. This is the reality that may have inspired phoenix mythology, the discovery that some birds possess lifespans that approach or exceed human experience, creating the impression of creatures that exist outside normal biological constraints. Modern ornithology has documented remarkable longevity in numerous bird species, with records that would have seemed impossible to ancient observers. A Laysan albatross named Wisdom, first banded by researchers in 1956, is still alive and breeding as of 2025, making her at least 74 years old. She has raised over 30 chicks, traveled millions of miles across Pacific waters, and survived countless storms, predators, and environmental challenges that would have killed lesser creatures multiple times over. Wisdom's longevity exceeds that of most humans in pre-modern societies. An Egyptian priest who encountered such a bird in his youth might live his entire life, serve his temple for decades, train successive generations of apprentices, and die of old age, while the same individual bird continued its annual migrations, apparently unchanged by the passage of time. The psychological impact of such encounters becomes clearer when we consider them from an ancient perspective. In societies where human lifespans rarely exceeded 50 years, where childhood mortality was high and disease could strike at any age, the discovery of animals that lived for multiple human generations would have seemed genuinely supernatural. But albatrosses represent only one category of exceptionally long-lived birds. Parrots, particularly the larger species, routinely live for decades in captivity and likely achieve similar lifespans in the wild. A Major Mitchell's cockatoo named Cookie lived to be 83 years old in captivity, and some Amazon parrots have been documented living over 100 years. These are not exceptional cases, but normal lifespans for healthy individuals of long-lived species. In the wild, where predation, disease, and accidents create additional mortality pressures, average lifespans are typically shorter. However, individual birds that survive to maturity and avoid major catastrophes can achieve ages that span multiple human generations. The cognitive implications of such longevity are profound. Birds with decades of experience accumulate knowledge about environmental patterns, resource locations, predator behaviors, and seasonal changes that far exceeds what any individual human could observe in a lifetime. An elderly raven that has lived for 40 years has witnessed twice as many seasonal cycles as most ancient humans, developing expertise about ecological relationships that would seem almost prophetic to shorter-lived observers. Ravens, in particular, demonstrate intelligence that approaches human-level cognitive abilities in many domains. They use tools, solve complex problems, engage in deceptive behavior, and demonstrate what appears to be genuine insight and planning. A raven with decades of experience would possess environmental knowledge that could seem supernatural to human observers lacking comparable lifespans and cognitive abilities. Archaeological evidence suggests that many ancient cultures recognized and revered exceptionally long-lived individual birds. Native American traditions speak of specific owls, eagles, and ravens that served as tribal guides for generations, providing advice about weather patterns, resource availability, and territorial boundaries. These may not have been spiritual metaphors, but practical relationships with individual birds, whose extended lifespans made them valuable sources of environmental information. The connection between longevity and wisdom appears consistently across bird-related mythologies worldwide. The owl as symbol of wisdom, the raven as prophetic messenger, the eagle as divine herald all reflect recognition that long-lived birds accumulate knowledge that shorter-lived creatures cannot match. In the context of Phoenix mythology, this relationship becomes crucial. If ancient observers encountered bird species with lifespans measured in centuries rather than decades, they would naturally attribute supernatural wisdom and prophetic abilities to such creatures. A bird that lived for 500 years would have experienced multiple climate cycles, witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, observed astronomical patterns that repeated only at intervals spanning many human lifetimes. The reproductive patterns of long-lived birds also provide clues to phoenix behavior. Many large, intelligent bird species delay sexual maturity for years or even decades, investing their energy in growth, learning, and environmental exploration before committing to reproduction. When they do breed, they often form lifelong pair bonds and invest tremendous effort in raising small numbers of offspring. This life history strategy, delayed reproduction combined with extended parental care, creates population dynamics that might appear cyclical to human observers. Long-lived species often breed only when environmental conditions are optimal, potentially creating decades-long gaps between reproductive events for individual birds or populations. If phoenix-like species followed similar patterns, but on even longer timescales, perhaps breeding only once per century in response to specific climatic or astronomical cues, their appearances would seem miraculous to human observers. Entire human generations might pass without witnessing phoenix reproduction, creating the impression that the birds died and were reborn rather than simply following natural reproductive cycles. The molecular biology of avian longevity offers additional insights into phoenix mythology. Birds possess several physiological adaptations that promote extended lifespans, including highly efficient DNA repair mechanisms, enhanced resistance to oxidative stress, and metabolic patterns that minimize cellular damage during energy production. Some bird species also demonstrate remarkable regenerative abilities. Certain seabirds can regrow entire flight feathers within weeks of losing them to injury or molt. Some raptors can heal from injuries that would be fatal to mammals, regenerating damaged tissue with minimal scarring. A few species even demonstrate limited ability to regenerate damaged organs, including portions of the liver and nervous system. These regenerative abilities, while not as dramatic as the complete death and rebirth cycle attributed to the phoenix, suggest biological mechanisms that could theoretically support even more extensive regeneration under appropriate conditions. If phoenix-like species had evolved enhanced versions of these natural repair systems, they might indeed be capable of surviving and recovering from injuries or aging processes that would kill other organisms. The dietary requirements of long-lived birds also correlate with phoenix mythology in intriguing ways. Many exceptionally long-lived species require diets rich in antioxidants, omega fatty acids, and other compounds that support cellular maintenance and repair. These substances are often found in the aromatic plants, seeds, and resins associated with phoenix nests in mythological accounts. If phoenix-like species had evolved to require diets consisting primarily of aromatic medicinal compounds, myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, and similar substances, their longevity might be directly linked to the consumption of these natural pharmaceuticals. Ancient observers who noticed correlations between phoenix diet and phoenix longevity might have preserved accurate biochemical observations within mythological narratives. The migration patterns of long-lived birds offer another parallel to phoenix mythology. Many species that achieve exceptional lifespans are also exceptional travelers, covering vast distances during annual migrations or nomadic movements. Arctic terns migrate from Arctic to Antarctic and back each year, covering over 44,000 miles annually and experiencing more daylight hours than any other creature on Earth. Over a 70-year lifespan, an Arctic tern covers more than 3 million miles, equivalent to 4 round trips to the moon. From the perspective of ground-based human observers, such birds would appear and disappear according to mysterious schedules, returning after long absences with no apparent aging or change in behavior. If phoenix-like species followed migration routes that spanned continents or even hemispheres, with stopping points separated by hundreds of years rather than seasons, their appearances at any given location would seem impossibly rare and magical. Human observers might witness phoenix visits only once or twice in their lifetimes, creating the impression of supernatural rather than natural phenomena. The social structures of long-lived birds also provide models for phoenix behavior. Many species that achieve exceptional lifespans are highly social, maintaining complex relationships with family groups, flockmates, and even other species that can persist for decades. Some exhibit what appears to be cultural transmission of knowledge, with older individuals teaching younger ones about foraging techniques, migration routes, and environmental hazards. If phoenix-like species possessed similar social structures, but operated on longer timescales, they might maintain cultural continuity across centuries rather than generations. Knowledge about optimal nesting sites, environmental cycles, and survival techniques could be passed down through lineages of birds spanning many human lifetimes. Such cultural transmission might explain the consistency of phoenix behavior described in ancient sources. If phoenix populations maintain traditional behaviors across centuries through social learning, human observers would encounter predictable patterns that seem supernatural in their regularity and precision. The study of avian longevity ultimately reveals that exceptional lifespans in birds are not miraculous aberrations, but natural consequences of successful evolutionary strategies. The mechanisms that support extended lifespan-sufficient metabolism, enhanced DNA repair, regenerative abilities, and complex social behaviors all exist in various forms across different bird species. The phoenix may represent an extreme expression of these natural tendencies, a species that had evolved longevity, intelligence, and regenerative abilities to degrees that exceeded anything in the modern avian world. Whether such creatures actually existed or represent symbolic expressions of observed tendencies in real birds, they preserve crucial insights into the biological possibilities that ancient observers recognized in their careful study of the natural world. In the quiet park, the old man completes his feeding ritual and walks slowly away. The ancient goose watches him go, then settles onto the water with the patient stillness of a creature that has learned to measure time in seasons rather than moments. Somewhere in its small, complex brain, decades of memories accumulate like sediment, recording changes too subtle for human perception, preserving wisdom that will outlast the hands that have fed it for so many years. The fire of consciousness burns differently in creatures built for such extended time. Their flame may not blaze as brightly as shorter-lived beings, but it burns longer, steadier, carrying forward knowledge that transcends individual experience and approaches something very much like eternal wisdom. High above the Tibetan plateau, where the air grows thin and the boundary between earth and heaven seems permeable as silk, the great golden eagles gather for their ancient ceremony. It happens only once each year, timed to coincide with the first heavy snowfall of winter, when the bones of the previous season as dead have been cleaned by wind and weather and are ready for the sky burial. But this is not human sky burial, though it shares the same understanding of death as transformation rather than ending. This is something far older, observed by few humans and understood by fewer still, the death ritual of the eagles themselves. They arrive in numbers that defy normal territorial behavior, dozens of the massive birds converging from hunting grounds scattered across hundreds of miles of mountain wilderness. They circle the designated valley in a precise spiral pattern, calling to one another in voices that carry for miles across the crystalline air. Their movements follow a choreography that seems learned rather than instinctive, passed down through generations of eagles who have participated in this ceremony for centuries beyond memory. At the center of the gathering lies the body of one of their own, an ancient female, whose territory has remained empty since her death months earlier. Her body, preserved by the dry mountain air and bitter cold, lies surrounded by the scattered remains of her final nest, built from aromatic juniper branches and high-altitude herbs that still release their fragrance when disturbed by the wind. One by one, the assembled eagles descend to pay their respects. They do not feed on the body, though their species is nothing if not practical about carrion under ordinary circumstances. Instead, they perform behaviors that have no obvious biological function, touching the dead bird's wings with their beaks, arranging the scattered nesting materials into more orderly patterns, calling in harmonies that seem coordinated across the entire gathering. The ceremony continues for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, the eagles perform their most mysterious ritual. They begin to gather the aromatic materials from around the dead bird's body, each taking a single piece in their talons. Then, with coordinated precision that suggests extensive planning, they begin to build. What they construct defies easy categorization. It resembles a nest, but is far too large for any bird's practical use. It incorporates elements, stones arranged in specific patterns, herbs bundled with grass, feathers woven into geometric designs that serve no apparent function in normal avian architecture. When completed, the structure stands nearly 6 feet tall and 12 feet across, a monument that seems more artistic than biological in its complexity and symbolism. A dead eagle is placed at the center of this construction, surrounded by the aromatic materials that once formed her nest. Then, in the most extraordinary phase of the ceremony, the gathered birds begin to call in unison, a sound unlike anything heard in normal eagle behavior. A harmonic convergence that builds in intensity until the very air seems to vibrate with their combined voices. And then they set it on fire. The ignition source remains mysterious. Some observers have reported seeing eagles carrying burning brands from distant fires, similar to the firehawk behavior documented in Australia. Others describe a more inexplicable phenomenon, the aromatic materials spontaneously combusting under specific atmospheric conditions, possibly triggered by the eagle's vocalizations, creating resonance effects that generate heat through friction or chemical reaction. Regardless of the ignition mechanism, what follows is undeniably spectacular. The aromatic materials burn with intense heat and dramatic colors, creating flames that leap dozens of feet into the thin mountain air while releasing clouds of fragrant smoke that can be detected from miles downwind. The assembled eagles ride the thermal currents generated by the fire, spiraling upward in complex patterns while continuing their harmonic calling. The ceremony concludes when the fire burns itself out, leaving only ash and the scattered remnants of bones too large to be completely consumed. The eagles then disperse as suddenly as they gathered, returning to their individual territories without apparent communication or coordination. The ritual site is abandoned until the following year, when the cycle begins again. This extraordinary behavior represents just one example of the complex death-related rituals observed in various bird species behaviors that challenge conventional understanding of avian cognition and social organization, while providing possible explanations for the death and rebirth themes central to Phoenix mythology. Corvids, particularly ravens and crows, demonstrate similar, although less elaborate ceremonial behaviors when encountering dead members of their species. These crow funerals involve large gatherings of birds that call loudly while surrounding the deceased individual, engaging in behaviors that serve no obvious survival function, but appear to have social or emotional significance for the participants. Recent research has revealed that these gatherings are not random events, but carefully organized social phenomena. Crows can distinguish between natural deaths and those caused by predators or human activity, responding with different behavioral patterns depending on the perceived cause of death. When the death appears to be from natural causes, the gathering tends to be more subdued and brief. When predation is suspected, the response becomes more agitated and prolonged, sometimes lasting for hours as hundreds of birds converge to investigate the threat. Most significantly, crows that participate in these death-related gatherings subsequently modify their behavior around the location where the death occurred, avoiding the area for months or even years afterward. This suggests that the gatherings serve an educational function, helping younger birds learn to recognize and avoid dangerous situations based on the experiences of deceased flockmates. If similar but more elaborate death rituals existed in larger, longer-lived species, they might create exactly the kinds of cyclical appearances and disappearances that characterize Phoenix mythology. A species that gathered at specific locations during death ceremonies might seem to vanish for extended periods, only to reappear en masse during ritual events that human observers could interpret as magical rather than social phenomena. The use of fire in eagle death ceremonies provides a direct parallel to phoenix mythology, but it also raises intriguing questions about the prevalence of fire-related behaviors in bird species that have not been systematically studied. If Scottish golden eagles have independently evolved the ability to create and control fire for ceremonial purposes, how many other species might possess similar capabilities that remain undocumented by modern science? The aromatic materials used in avian death ceremonies also correspond closely to the substances associated with phoenix nests in mythological accounts. Juniper, various high-altitude herbs, and certain grass species all possess chemical properties that promote combustion while releasing fragrant smoke. These materials also contain compounds that have preservative and antimicrobial effects, potentially explaining their use in both death ceremonies and nesting behaviors. From a biochemical perspective, the choice of aromatic materials for death rituals makes practical sense. Many of these substances contain volatile oils that can spontaneously combust under appropriate conditions of temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure. The thin air and intense solar radiation of high-altitude environments create conditions where such combustion might occur more readily than at sea level. If phoenix-like species had evolved the ability to predict and trigger such combustion events, they could appear to command fire through supernatural means while actually utilizing sophisticated understanding of natural chemistry and physics. Ancient observers witnessing such behaviors would naturally interpret them as magical rather than scientific phenomena. The coordination required for complex avian death ceremonies also suggests levels of communication and social organization that exceed conventional understanding of bird intelligence. The precise timing, spatial organization, and behavioral synchronization observed in eagle gatherings implies sophisticated planning abilities and information transfer mechanisms that rival those found in the most intelligent mammalian species. Recent discoveries about avian cognition support the possibility of even more complex ceremonial behaviors than those currently documented. Birds possess neural structures that process information with efficiency that exceeds mammalian brains in many domains. Their ability to navigate across vast distances, recognize individual faces across years of separation, and coordinate group behaviors during migration demonstrates cognitive abilities that were previously considered impossible in non-human species. If phoenix-like species had evolved enhanced versions of these cognitive abilities, they might be capable of organizing ceremonial behaviors of extraordinary complexity and sophistication. Death rituals lasting for specific durations, timed to coincide with astronomical events, coordinated across multiple populations spanning vast geographic areas. All of these possibilities fall within the theoretical range of advanced avian intelligence. The regenerative aspects of phoenix mythology might also find explanation in observed death-related behaviors. Some bird species engage in ritualized, practiced dying, entering states of temporary torpor that can last for hours or days, during which their metabolic processes slow dramatically and their bodies become cold and apparently lifeless. These behaviors typically occur in response to extreme environmental stress, food shortages, or seasonal changes. The birds enter a death-like state that conserves energy and protects them from harsh conditions, then revive when circumstances improve. To human observers unfamiliar with such adaptations, the recovery from apparent death would seem miraculous, exactly the kind of phenomenon that could inspire resurrection mythology. If phoenix-like species had evolved more extreme versions of such adaptive dormancy, they might be capable of surviving conditions that would kill other organisms, then reviving after extended periods of apparent death. Combined with the use of aromatic materials and fire in their ceremonial behaviors, such abilities could create the complete cycle of death, burning, and rebirth that characterizes phoenix legend. The social transmission of ceremonial knowledge in bird populations also provides a mechanism for the remarkable consistency of phoenix accounts across cultures and centuries. If death ritual behaviors were culturally transmitted rather than purely instinctive, they could persist across many generations while maintaining precise details that would seem supernatural to outside observers. Modern examples of cultural transmission in bird species demonstrate the stability of such learned behaviors. Certain songbird populations maintain specific dialects that remain consistent for decades, passed down through generations of singers who learn from their elders. If ceremonial behaviors followed similar transmission patterns, phoenix-like rituals could maintain their essential characteristics across centuries or millennia. The psychological impact of witnessing elaborate avian death ceremonies on unprepared human observers cannot be overstated. The combination of large gatherings, coordinated behaviors, use of fire, and apparent resurrection would create profound emotional and spiritual responses that would naturally be interpreted through mythological and religious frameworks. Ancient cultures that regularly observed such ceremonies might develop elaborate theological and philosophical systems based on their interpretations of avian death rituals. The phoenix mythology could represent the distilled essence of such systems, preserving accurate observations of real behaviors while embedding them within spiritual narratives that made sense to human minds seeking meaning in natural phenomena. As the last embers of the eagle funeral pyre fade into the thin mountain air, as the assembled birds disperse to their distant territories, carrying memories of ceremony that will be passed to their offspring, and their offspring as offspring, the ancient mystery persists. What drives such behaviors? What evolutionary pressures could have shaped rituals that serve no apparent survival function, yet require tremendous energy expenditures and complex coordination? Perhaps the answer lies not in survival advantage, but in something more profound, the recognition that death, like life, benefits from ritual, ceremony, and community response. The birds that gather to honor their dead may be expressing something fundamental about consciousness itself, something that transcends species boundaries and speaks to universal experiences of loss, memory, and the hope for renewal. The fire burns out, but the memory endures. The eagle dies, but the ceremony continues. And somewhere in the space between ending and beginning, between flame and ash, the eternal cycle turns once more, carrying forward ancient wisdom about the relationship between death and transformation that may be older than human language itself. The caravan had been traveling for 6 days across the empty quarter, that vast expanse of Arabian sand where the horizon shimmers like water and distance becomes a meaningless concept. By the 4th day, the water skins had grown light. By the 6th, the camels moved with the mechanical persistence of creatures who understand that stopping means death. Halil ibn Yusuf, veteran of a dozen such crossings, had begun to doubt his navigation. The stars told him they were moving in the right direction, but the desert had a way of swallowing landmarks, erasing the subtle markers that separated safe passage from eternal wandering. His men looked to him with growing anxiety, their eyes holding questions that he could not answer. Then, as the sun died in a blaze of copper and gold, they saw it. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than another heat mirage, a dancing flame on the far horizon, wavering between real and imaginary like all desert visions. But as darkness fell and the air cooled, the flame remained. If anything, it grew brighter, more distinct, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed almost organic. A signal fire, suggested Ahmad, the youngest of the merchants. Other travelers, perhaps. But Halil had seen signal fires, had lit them himself during dangerous crossings. This was different. The flame moved, not with the random flicker of burning wood or the steady glow of oil lamps, but with purposeful motion rising, falling, sweeping from side to side in patterns that suggested intelligence behind the light. As they watched, transfixed by this beacon in the wasteland, the flame began to approach their position. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, until it became clear that whatever carried the fire was moving far faster than any human could travel across soft sand in darkness. The camels grew restless, snorting and shifting their weight in a peculiar way that indicated they sensed something beyond human perception. The dogs that ran alongside the caravan pressed close to their handlers, whining in frequencies that set teeth on edge. "It comes closer," whispered Mahmud, the eldest among them, whose grandfather had told tales of jinn and ifrit that haunted the deep desert. "Perhaps we should move away." But Halil found himself unable to retreat. The flame drew him with a fascination that transcended rational fear. As it approached, details became visible that challenged everything he understood about fire and light. The flame appeared to be supported by nothing at all. No torch, no lamp, no burning brand, just fire hanging in the air, moving with smooth grace across the sand. And the colors, they shifted and changed like liquid metal, sometimes blazing gold like sunrise, sometimes deep red like fresh blood, occasionally flashing white-hot with intensity that left after ridges burned into the watcher's eyes. Then the most impossible thing of all, the flame sprouted wings. What they had taken for a disembodied fire revealed itself to be a bird of extraordinary size and beauty, its feathers appearing to be composed of actual flame, its eyes burning like stars. Its voice, when it finally called, resonating through the desert air with harmonics that seemed to penetrate bone and spirit simultaneously. The creature circled their caravan 3 times, each pass bringing it lower and closer, until they could see details that would haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. The feathers were not merely bright, but genuinely luminous, radiating heat that could be felt from 50 paces away. The wingspan stretched wider than any bird they had ever encountered, yet the creature's flight was silent as falling snow. On the 3rd pass, the bird extended one wing toward the northeast, a gesture so deliberate and human-like that its meaning could not be mistaken. Then, with a final cry that echoed across the empty sands like the voice of the desert itself, it soared upward and vanished into the star-scattered darkness. Halil made his decision without consultation. "We follow," he announced, pointing in the direction the creature had indicated. His men exchanged glances, but raised no objections. In the deep desert, any guidance was better than none, even if it came from sources that defied explanation. They traveled through the night, navigating by stars, but guided by memory of the firebird's gesture. As dawn painted the eastern sky in shades of pearl and gold, they crested a ridge of sand and found themselves looking down at an impossible sight, an oasis complete with date palms and a spring of clear water, located exactly where their maps indicated only empty desert should exist. More than that, the oasis showed signs of recent use. Fire rings still held warm ashes, and scattered around the central spring were fragments of aromatic wood, pieces of what appeared to be myrrh and frankincense and stranger things, feathers that glowed with their own light, even in full daylight, and stones that felt warm to the touch, despite having spent the night in desert cold. They remained at the oasis for 2 days, replenishing their supplies and allowing their animals to recover from the ordeal of crossing waterless sands. On the 2nd evening, as they prepared to continue their journey, the Firebird returned. This time, it alighted among them, settling onto the sand with movements that combined avian grace with something almost ceremonial. Up close, the creature was even more magnificent and impossible than it had appeared from a distance. Its feathers did indeed seem to be composed of fire, yet they generated no smoke and radiated heat without burning. When touched, and Halil, overcome by wonder, did dare to touch them, they felt like polished metal warmed by summer sun. The bird remained with them throughout the night, apparently standing guard while they slept. Its presence created a zone of warmth and light that eliminated the usual discomforts of desert camping, and its calls, which continued intermittently until dawn, seemed to keep away the jackals and other nocturnal predators that typically troubled caravans. When morning came, the creature performed one final service. It walked to the edge of the oasis and began arranging the aromatic materials scattered around the spring: fragments of myrrh, pieces of cassia bark, dried herbs that none of the merchants could identify. Working with its beak and talons, the bird constructed what could only be described as a nest, though it was far too large for any normal avian purpose. Then, in the most extraordinary act of all, it invited the humans to participate. Through gestures and calls that somehow conveyed clear meaning despite being utterly alien, the creature indicated that they should add materials to the structure. The merchants contributed what they could: some of their precious frankincense, a few aromatic woods from their trade goods, even silk cloth that the bird seemed to approve of for its texture and color. When the construction was complete, the firebird settled onto the nest and began to sing. The sound defied description: part melody, part harmony with itself, part something that seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate within the listener's bones. As the song continued, the aromatic materials began to smolder, then to burn with flames that produced no smoke, but filled the air with perfumes that seemed to induce visions of distant places and impossible beauty. The bird remained motionless in the flames for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When the fire finally died away, leaving nothing but fragrant ash, the creature emerged completely unharmed, if anything, more beautiful than before, its feathers now blazing with renewed intensity. With a final gesture that the merchants interpreted as farewell, the firebird spread its wings and soared away into the morning sky, leaving them alone with their memories and a pile of aromatic ash that would retain its fragrance for the remainder of their journey. Halil ibn Yusuf lived to be 73 years old, crossing the desert 47 more times during his long career as a merchant. He encountered sandstorms and raiders, drought and flood, every hazard that the empty quarter could devise for unwary travelers. But he never again saw anything that approached the wonder and mystery of that night when a creature of living flame had guided his caravan to safety. He told the story often in his later years, particularly to younger merchants preparing for their first desert crossings. Most listened politely, but with obvious skepticism. The tale was too extraordinary to be believed, too specific to be dismissed as mere fantasy. A few, however, claimed to have had similar encounters. Birds of unusual size and luminosity, creatures that appeared during moments of greatest peril to provide guidance or protection, beings that seemed to exist at the intersection of natural and supernatural realms. These accounts, scattered across centuries of Arabic literature and oral tradition, preserve a consistent pattern of observations that resist easy categorization as either pure fiction or literal truth. The details vary. Sometimes the birds appear during sandstorms, sometimes during attacks by desert raiders, sometimes when travelers are lost or dying of thirst, but the core elements remain constant. Extraordinary size, luminous plumage, apparent immunity to fire, and benevolent intervention in human affairs. Modern analysis of these accounts reveals interesting correlations with known natural phenomena. The Arabian Peninsula experiences unusual atmospheric conditions that can create optical illusions of extraordinary convincingness. Light refraction through heated air, electrical discharges during sandstorms, and phosphorescent phenomena that cause certain minerals and organic compounds to glow in darkness. These effects could theoretically create the appearance of luminous birds or other creatures, particularly under conditions of extreme stress and dehydration when human perception becomes unreliable. However, the consistent behavioral elements in the accounts, the apparent intelligence, the helpful guidance, the material evidence left behind, suggests something more complex than simple atmospheric tricks. The aromatic materials associated with these desert encounters also merit attention. The substances described: myrrh, frankincense, cassia, and various unidentified herbs are all natural products of arid regions that possess unusual chemical properties. Many contain volatile oils that can spontaneously combust under specific conditions of heat, humidity, and atmospheric pressure. More significantly, several of these substances contain psychoactive compounds that can induce altered states of consciousness when inhaled as smoke or vapor. Frankincense, in particular, contains boswellic acids that affect neurological function, potentially creating experiences of enhanced perception, euphoria, and spiritual awareness. If desert travelers encountered birds that utilized these substances in their nesting or defensive behaviors, creating clouds of psychoactive smoke during threat displays or territorial disputes, the psychological effects on human observers could be profound. The combination of altered consciousness, extreme environmental stress, and genuinely unusual animal behavior could create experiences that seemed supernatural while having entirely natural explanations. The guidance behavior described in many accounts also finds parallels in documented bird behaviors. Several species of desert-adapted birds have been observed leading other animals to water sources, apparently understanding that such cooperation can benefit all parties involved. Ravens, in particular, are known to guide hunters and scavengers to food sources, forming temporary partnerships that provide mutual advantages. If larger, more intelligent desert birds had evolved similar cooperative behaviors with human travelers, they might indeed appear to provide supernatural guidance while actually engaging in sophisticated mutualistic relationships. Such behaviors would be most likely to develop in harsh environments where cooperation provided survival advantages for both species. The fire immunity attributed to these mysterious birds also corresponds to known adaptations in various species. Some birds possess feathers with unusual thermal properties that provide protection against extreme heat. Others have behavioral adaptations that allow them to work closely with fire, like the firehawks of Australia, without suffering injury. In desert environments, where surface temperatures can exceed 150 degrees Fahrenheit and solar radiation reaches extreme intensities, birds must possess sophisticated heat management systems to survive. Species that had evolved enhanced versions of such adaptations might indeed appear immune to fire while actually utilizing advanced but entirely natural physiological mechanisms. The seasonal timing of many desert firebird encounters also suggests connections to natural migration or breeding cycles. Most accounts describe sightings during specific times of year, often coinciding with periods of climatic stress when water sources are scarce and environmental conditions are most challenging. If firebird species followed migration routes that brought them into contact with human travelers only during certain seasons, their appearances would seem rare and magical while actually representing predictable natural phenomena. The fact that such encounters often occurred during moments of greatest human need might reflect the bird's own seasonal movements between resource-rich and resource-poor habitats. The preservation of these accounts in Arabic literature and oral tradition demonstrates the profound impact that such encounters had on those who experienced them. Whether the firebirds represented unknown species, misidentified known species under unusual conditions, or some combination of natural phenomena and human perception, they clearly provided real psychological and practical benefits to desert travelers who encountered them. The stories serve multiple functions. They preserve potentially valuable information about desert survival. They provide cultural frameworks for understanding extraordinary experiences, and they maintain traditions of wonder and mystery that enrich human relationship with the natural world. As modern science continues to explore the complex relationships between perception, environment, and consciousness, the desert firebird accounts acquire new relevance. They represent early attempts to document and understand phenomena that exceeded the explanatory frameworks available to their original observers, preserving valuable information about both natural history and human psychology that continues to inform our understanding of how extraordinary experiences are perceived, interpreted, and remembered. In the end, the truth of the firebirds may matter less than their function as bridges between the known and unknown, the natural and supernatural, the possible and impossible. They remind us that the desert holds mysteries that maps cannot chart and compasses cannot. Navigate territories of experience where wonder and wisdom intersect in ways that defy simple categorization. The flame still dances on the horizon, calling to those with eyes to see and courage to follow where it leads. Above the Temple of Dendera in ancient Egypt, stone carvings map the heavens with precision that rivals modern astronomy. Here, carved into limestone that has weathered 4,000 years of Nile floods and desert winds, the Bennu bird takes its place among constellations and planetary cycles, positioned not as mere mythology, but as an integral part of the cosmic machinery that governs time itself. The priests who created these celestial maps understood something that modern astronomy is only beginning to rediscover: that the universe operates on multiple overlapping cycles, from the daily rotation of the Earth to vast cosmic rhythms that span millions of years. And within this complex temporal architecture, they placed the phoenix not as symbol or metaphor, but as astronomical reality. The Sothic cycle, fundamental to Egyptian chronology, represents the 1,460-year period during which the star Sirius returns to the same position relative to the solar calendar. This cycle was so important to Egyptian civilization that they reset their entire calendar system each time it completed, marking the beginning of new eras in their historical record. And at the heart of this great temporal wheel, they placed the Bennu bird appearing, they claimed, precisely as Sirius achieved its heliacal rising after centuries of gradual drift. But the astronomical connections run deeper than simple calendar correlation. Recent analysis of Egyptian temple architecture reveals that the buildings themselves were designed as astronomical instruments, their chambers and corridors aligned to capture specific celestial phenomena during narrow windows of time. The most sacred spaces, where Bennu rituals were performed, align precisely with the rising of certain star groups that are visible only during specific centuries of the Sothic cycle. This suggests that phoenix appearances were not random events, but carefully predicted astronomical phenomena, tracked by priesthoods that possessed mathematical abilities rivaling those of modern astronomers. If the Bennu represented observations of actual bird behavior that correlated with stellar cycles, the ancient Egyptians had discovered biological rhythms operating on cosmic timescales. The mathematical precision becomes even more intriguing when we examine the relationship between phoenix mythology and planetary cycles. Modern astronomy has identified numerous long-term cycles in solar system dynamics that were unknown to ancient observers, yet may have influenced terrestrial phenomena in ways that could affect biological systems. Solar magnetic field reversals occur approximately every 11 years, but follow longer metacycles spanning several centuries. Planetary orbital resonances create gravitational influences that peak at intervals measured in hundreds of years. Even the Earth's magnetic field demonstrates variations that correlate with astronomical cycles operating on phoenix-like timescales. If biological systems had evolved sensitivity to these cosmic rhythms through magnetic field detection, gravitational sensing, or responses to solar radiation variation, species might indeed demonstrate behavioral cycles that appear to correlate with astronomical phenomena. Birds, which navigate using magnetic fields and demonstrate exquisite sensitivity to environmental changes, would be particularly likely to evolve such cosmic awareness. The connection between phoenix mythology and cometary cycles provides another compelling astronomical parallel. Ancient Chinese records describe firebirds appearing in correlation with bright comet appearances, particularly those following predictable orbital paths. The famous Halley's Comet, with its 76-year cycle, was consistently associated with phoenix-like birds in multiple Asian cultures. But longer-period comets, with orbital cycles measured in centuries or millennia, might create even closer parallels to phoenix mythology. These cosmic visitors remain invisible for vast periods and blaze across the sky with spectacular displays of light and fire before vanishing again into the outer darkness. To ancient observers, such apparitions would seem exactly like phoenix birds, creatures of fire that appeared from nowhere, blazed with impossible brilliance, then disappeared for lifetimes before returning again. The aromatic materials associated with phoenix nests, myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, may also encode astronomical information. These substances were among the most precious trade goods in the ancient world, their value partly derived from their rarity and partly from their use in religious ceremonies timed to celestial events. Modern chemical analysis reveals that these aromatic compounds contain complex molecules that can serve as natural clocks, changing their properties in response to temperature, humidity, and even electromagnetic radiation from space. If phoenix-like species had evolved to utilize these materials as biological chronometers, their nesting cycles might indeed correlate with astronomical phenomena in ways that would appear magical to human observers. The global distribution of phoenix-like mythologies also aligns with astronomical observations. Cultures located at similar latitudes often describe phoenix birds with similar characteristics and cycles, suggesting that their observations might be based on celestial phenomena visible only from certain geographic positions. The precession of the equinoxes, the gradual shift in Earth's rotational axis that takes approximately 26,000 years to complete, creates changes in visible star patterns that operate on timescales comparable to phoenix mythology. Stars that are prominent in certain eras gradually fade from view, while others rise to prominence, creating the impression that celestial birds might literally die and be reborn as different constellations achieve visibility. Ancient astronomers who tracked these precessional changes over multiple generations might have developed mythological frameworks to preserve and transmit their observations. The phoenix, as a creature that dies and is reborn in cycles spanning multiple human lifetimes, provides an ideal metaphor for stellar phenomena that change too slowly for individual observers to perceive, but that reveal themselves to cultures that maintain astronomical records across centuries. The mathematical relationships embedded within phoenix mythology also suggest sophisticated understanding of astronomical mechanics. The 500-year phoenix cycle, when multiplied by various factors, correlates with numerous other astronomical cycles, lunar orbital variations, planetary conjunction patterns, and solar activity rhythms that ancient astronomers might have tracked through careful observation and record-keeping. These correlations are too precise to be coincidental, suggesting that phoenix mythology preserves genuine astronomical knowledge encoded in narrative form. If ancient cultures had discovered biological or atmospheric phenomena that correlated with specific celestial cycles, they might have developed phoenix stories as mnemonic devices for preserving and transmitting such knowledge across generations. The role of magnetic fields in phoenix mythology deserves particular attention. Many bird species navigate using magnetic sensitivity that allows them to detect variations in Earth's magnetic field with extraordinary precision. These same magnetic variations are influenced by solar activity, planetary positions, and other astronomical phenomena operating on both short and long timescales. If phoenix-like species had evolved enhanced magnetic sensitivity, they might be capable of detecting astronomical influences that remain invisible to human observers. Their behavioral cycles might synchronize with magnetic field variations that correlate with celestial events, creating the appearance of supernatural awareness of cosmic rhythms. Recent discoveries about the relationship between solar activity and terrestrial biology provide additional support for astronomical interpretations of phoenix mythology. Solar magnetic storms can affect animal behavior, influence atmospheric chemistry, and even alter the properties of aromatic compounds used in traditional medicines and religious ceremonies. If phoenix-like species had evolved behaviors that were particularly sensitive to solar activity cycles, their appearances and disappearances might indeed correlate with astronomical phenomena in ways that ancient observers could track and predict. The 500-year phoenix cycle closely matches certain long-term patterns in solar magnetic activity that modern astronomy has only recently begun to understand. The archaeological evidence from ancient observatories also supports astronomical interpretations of Phoenix mythology. Sites like Stonehenge, Newgrange, and Chankillo demonstrate that prehistoric cultures possessed sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics and were capable of constructing complex instruments for tracking astronomical cycles over extended periods. If these same cultures had observed correlations between celestial cycles and unusual biological phenomena, including the appearance of extraordinary birds during specific astronomical configurations, they might have developed Phoenix mythologies as means of preserving and transmitting their discoveries. The precision engineering required to construct ancient astronomical instruments indicates mathematical abilities that could easily support the complex calculations necessary to predict Phoenix appearances based on celestial cycles. If Phoenix sightings followed predictable patterns tied to astronomical phenomena, ancient astronomers would have been ideally positioned to recognize and exploit such correlations. The seasonal timing of Phoenix-related ceremonies also aligns with astronomical observations. Many Phoenix festivals were timed to coincide with specific celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, planetary conjunctions, or heliacal risings of particular stars. These ceremonies often involved the burning of aromatic materials and the observation of artificial fires that mimicked the cosmic fires represented by stars and planets. If Phoenix mythology encoded knowledge about optimal timing for astronomical observations, the ceremonial aspects might represent practical instructions for when and how to conduct such observations. The aromatic materials burned during scenic ceremonies might serve as both religious offerings and practical tools for creating controlled atmospheric conditions that enhanced visibility of faint celestial phenomena. The psychological effects of astronomical events on human perception also illuminate Phoenix mythology. Bright comets, planetary conjunctions, and unusual atmospheric phenomena can create altered states of consciousness that make observers more susceptible to extraordinary experiences and interpretations. Ancient people who observed celestial events while in such altered states might genuinely perceive Phoenix-like apparitions that seemed connected to the astronomical phenomena. Whether these perceptions represented actual sightings of unusual birds, misinterpretations of celestial lights, or purely psychological experiences, they would create consistent mythological traditions that preserved correlations between cosmic events and Phoenix appearances. The modern search for extraterrestrial intelligence has developed sophisticated methods for detecting patterns in cosmic phenomena that might indicate non-random, intelligent sources. Similar analytical techniques applied to Phoenix mythology reveal patterns of mathematical precision and astronomical correlation that resist explanation as mere coincidence or cultural invention. The Phoenix may represent humanity's earliest attempt at systematic astronomy, a framework for detecting, recording, and predicting celestial phenomena that operated on timescales exceeding individual human lifespans. Whether the birds themselves were real or mythological, they served as vessels for preserving astronomical knowledge that remained accurate across millennia. As we stand beneath stars that still follow the same cosmic rhythms that ancient astronomers tracked and recorded in stone and story, the Phoenix calls to us across the centuries. Its cry carries the music of the spheres, the rhythm of cosmic time, the eternal dance between earth and heaven that continues whether we observe it or not. The astronomical Phoenix reminds us that we are cosmic creatures, participants in celestial cycles that dwarf our individual lives, yet find expression in our deepest mythologies and most persistent dreams of flight. In seeking to understand the Firebird, we seek to understand our place within the vast temporal architecture of the universe itself. The stars wheel overhead, the cycles turn, and somewhere in the mathematical precision of cosmic time, the Phoenix spreads wings of flame and light, rising eternally from the ashes of dying stars toward the promise of new suns yet to be born. In the hidden laboratory beneath the house in medieval Prague, the alchemist tends his fires with the devotion of a priest serving at an altar. The furnaces burn day and night, their temperatures regulated with precision. It would challenge modern instruments. Their flames fed with substances that cost more than kingdoms, yet promise transformations worth infinitely more than mere gold. Master Albertus has devoted 40 years to the great work. 40 years of failed experiments and shattered dreams, of formulas that promised everything and delivered nothing but ash and disappointment. His beard has gone white. His hands have grown gnarled from handling corrosive substances. His eyes have dimmed from peering through smoke and flame, in search of signs that the impossible might yet become possible. But tonight, something is different. The crucible contains the culmination of his life's work, a mixture of antimony and mercury, sulfur and salt, philosophical mercury, and the red powder that supposedly contains the essence of dissolved gold. But more than these base materials, it contains something far more precious, a single feather from the legendary phoenix, acquired at tremendous cost from a trader who claimed to have retrieved it from the ashes of the great bird Pyre in the deserts beyond Damascus. The feather lies at the center of the mixture like a flame trapped in crystal. Even in the shifting firelight of the laboratory, it maintains its own luminescence, pulsing with colors that seem to exist in spectrums beyond ordinary vision. When Albertus purchased it, the trader warned him that phoenix feathers retained their power for only limited periods, that they must be used in the alchemical work before the next new moon, or lose their virtue forever. Tonight is that moon. As the crucible heats, the mixture begins to behave in ways that challenge everything Albertus knows about chemistry and physics. Instead of melting or combining in conventional fashion, the materials seem to dance around the phoenix feather, forming patterns that shift and change like living things. Colors swirl through the semi-molten mass-deep reds that pulse like heartbeats, golds that blaze like captured sunlight, whites so pure they seem to glow with their own inner fire. The phoenix feather itself remains unchanged by the extreme heat, just as the legends promised. If anything, it grows brighter as the temperature increases, its luminescence intensifying until it becomes difficult to look at directly. Strange harmonics begin to emerge from the crucible, not sounds exactly, but vibrations that seem to resonate in Albertus's bones, creating sensations he has no words to describe. Then, as the mixture reaches what the ancient texts call the temperature of the sun's heart, something extraordinary occurs. The phoenix feather begins to dissolve, not burning or melting, but simply fading away like morning mist, its substance somehow distributing throughout the entire mass of material in the crucible. As it disappears, the mixture undergoes a transformation that defies all natural law. What had been a chaotic swirl of different substances suddenly coheres into perfect unity. The colors stabilize into a single, impossible hue that seems to contain all other colors while transcending them entirely. The vibrations cease, replaced by a stillness so profound that even the laboratory flames seem to burn more quietly in its presence. And then, as Albertus watches with eyes that stream tears of wonder and disbelief, the mixture begins to multiply itself. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, the transformed substance grows to fill the entire crucible, then begins to overflow onto the laboratory bench. Each drop that falls immediately transforms whatever it touches, base metals becoming gold, common stones becoming precious gems, even the wooden bench taking on the luster and properties of the most perfect materials. But the true miracle is not this transmutation of matter, remarkable though it may be. The true miracle is what Albertus sees reflected in the surface of the transformed substance, the image of a phoenix, wings spread in eternal flight, eyes blazing with the fire of creation itself. The bird seems to move within the liquid gold, soaring through dimensions that exist beyond the three familiar ones, carrying messages from realms where death and birth are merely different phases of an eternal dance. Master Albertus understands in that moment of ultimate revelation that he has not created the philosopher's stone through his own skill and knowledge. Instead, he has served as midwife to a birth that was always destined to occur, assisting in the emergence of something that exists outside ordinary time and space, but occasionally condescends to manifest within the material world. The phoenix in alchemy represents far more than symbolic meaning or poetic metaphor. It embodies the fundamental principle that governs all transformative processes: the necessity of death before rebirth, dissolution before reconstitution, the destruction of old forms to enable the emergence of new ones. Every alchemical operation, from the simplest distillation to the most complex transmutation, recapitulates the phoenix cycle on molecular and atomic scales. The stages of alchemical transformation nigredo, blackening, albedo, whitening, and rubedo, reddening, directly parallel the phoenix's mythical life cycle. The nigredo represents the death phase, where base materials are broken down through processes of putrefaction and dissolution. The albedo marks the purification phase, where essential principles are separated from gross matter. The rubedo signals the resurrection phase, where purified substances are recombined into perfected forms that transcend their original limitations. Medieval alchemists understood these correlations, not as mere analogies, but as expressions of fundamental natural laws that govern both physical transformation and spiritual development. The phoenix provided them with a master template for understanding how apparently destructive processes could serve regenerative functions, how dissolution could lead to reconstruction at higher levels of organization. The aromatic substances associated with phoenix mythology, myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, cassia, were among the most important materials in alchemical practice. These were not chosen randomly, but selected for specific chemical properties that made them ideal catalysts for transformative processes. Modern chemistry reveals that these substances contain complex molecules, capable of facilitating chemical reactions that would otherwise require extreme temperatures or pressures. Myrrh, in particular, contains compounds that can induce phase transitions in other materials, causing them to change from solid to liquid or liquid to gas at temperatures far below their normal melting or boiling points. Frankincense contains volatile oils that can create reducing atmospheres capable of purifying metals from their oxides. Cinnamon and cassia provide aromatic aldehydes that can serve as both preservatives and catalysts for organic transformations. If alchemists had observed these substances being used by phoenix-like birds in their nesting or feeding behaviors, they would naturally have incorporated them into their own experimental procedures. The bird's apparent immunity to fire might have suggested that these materials possessed protective properties that could enable human operators to work with higher temperatures and more dangerous procedures than would otherwise be possible. The temporal aspects of phoenix mythology also correlate with alchemical understanding of transformative processes. The 500-year phoenix cycle matches the time frames that medieval alchemists believed necessary for the most profound transmutations. Unlike modern chemistry, which expects rapid results from properly executed procedures, alchemy operated on geological timescales, recognizing that the most valuable transformations required patience measured in generations rather than hours. This temporal perspective reflected sophisticated understanding of natural processes that operate on multiple scales simultaneously. Just as biological evolution requires millions of years to produce new species, and geological processes require millions more to create new minerals and rock, formation's alchemical transformation was understood to require extended time periods for the most fundamental changes to occur. The phoenix provided a model for such extended transformation cycles, demonstrating that death and rebirth could be separated by centuries while remaining part of a single, coherent process. Alchemists who worked with phoenix-derived materials believed they were participating in transformations that had begun in previous generations and would continue long after their own deaths. The psychological and spiritual dimensions of phoenix alchemy deserve particular attention. Medieval alchemists understood that physical transformation and spiritual development were intimately connected, that the purification of base metals into gold paralleled the purification of human consciousness from ignorance to enlightenment. The phoenix, as a creature capable of voluntary death and self-directed rebirth, represented the ultimate goal of such spiritual alchemy, the achievement of conscious control over the processes of dissolution and reconstitution that normally operate below the threshold of awareness. To become like the phoenix meant to transcend the fear of death by understanding it as transformation rather than ending. This spiritual interpretation of phoenix symbolism influenced alchemical practice in profound ways. Many procedures were designed as much to transform the consciousness of the practitioner as to transform the physical materials being manipulated. The long hours spent tending fires the careful attention to subtle changes in color and texture. The meditation on symbolic meanings encoded in procedural steps, all of these served to induce altered states of consciousness that alchemists believed essential for successful completion of the great work. The laboratory became a sacred space where material and spiritual transformation could occur simultaneously, where the boundaries between subject and object, observer and observed, dissolved in the heat of carefully tended flames. The phoenix feather at the heart of the operation served not only as chemical catalyst, but as spiritual focus, reminding the alchemist that true transformation required sacrifice of the old self to enable birth of the new. The international nature of phoenix alchemy reveals the global scope of transformative traditions that transcended cultural and religious boundaries. Islamic alchemists working in Baghdad and Damascus, Christian mystics laboring in European monasteries, Jewish Kabbalists studying in Spain and Eastern Europe, and Taoist immortality seekers experimenting in Chinese laboratories all utilized phoenix symbolism and phoenix-derived materials in remarkably similar ways. This convergence suggests either extensive cultural exchange of alchemical knowledge or independent discovery of similar principles by practitioners working within different traditions. The consistency of phoenix-related procedures across diverse cultures indicates that these techniques addressed universal aspects of transformative processes that transcend specific cultural interpretations. Archaeological evidence from alchemical sites across Eurasia reveals remarkably similar apparatus and materials, including crucibles designed to reach specific temperatures, distillation equipment calibrated for particular aromatic substances, and storage containers shaped to preserve the properties of phoenix-derived materials over extended periods. The precision and sophistication of this equipment indicates that alchemical practitioners possess technical knowledge that rivaled modern chemistry in many domains. Their understanding of temperature control, atmospheric manipulation, and chemical purification techniques enabled them to work with materials and processes that required extraordinary skill and knowledge to manage safely. The modern chemical analysis of surviving alchemical materials reveals compositions that continue to puzzle contemporary scientists. Some samples contain isotopic ratios that differ from naturally occurring forms of the same elements, suggesting exposure to processes or conditions that remain poorly understood. Others display molecular structures that appear to be impossible according to current chemical theory, yet demonstrate stability and properties that indicate genuine physical reality. These anomalous materials may represent the products of successful alchemical transmutations, evidence that medieval practitioners achieved results that modern science considers impossible. Whether these achievements involved unknown chemical processes, exotic materials, or phenomena that transcend current understanding of physical law, they suggest that Phoenix alchemy preserved knowledge of transformative techniques that remain beyond contemporary capability. The decline of Phoenix alchemy during the early modern period coincided with several historical developments that may have disrupted the traditions and materials necessary for such work. The expansion of European colonialism altered global trade routes, making traditional aromatic substances more difficult to obtain in their original forms. The The rise of mechanistic philosophy discouraged investigation of phenomena that seemed to violate mathematical descriptions of natural law. The persecution of alchemists as heretics or charlatans drove the practice underground, where knowledge could be preserved only in fragmentary and coded forms. Most significantly, the apparent extinction or disappearance of phoenix-like species would have eliminated the source of the most crucial materials for alchemical transformation. If phoenix feathers and other bird-derived substances were essential catalysts for the most profound transmutations, the loss of these materials would have made authentic alchemical practice impossible regardless of the skill and knowledge of human practitioners. The modern revival of interest in alchemical texts and techniques reflects growing recognition that medieval practitioners may have understood aspects of transformative processes that contemporary science has yet to rediscover. Quantum mechanics reveals that matter and energy can indeed transform in ways that appear magical from classical perspectives. Complexity theory demonstrates that simple interactions can produce emergent phenomena that transcend the properties of individual components. The phoenix of alchemy may represent an early attempt to understand and work with such emergent phenomena, recognizing that consciousness, matter, and energy participate in transformative processes that operate according to principles more subtle and complex than mechanical cause and effect. Whether or not phoenix-like birds actually existed, they served as models for understanding transformation as a fundamental property of reality itself. In the hidden laboratory, as the last drops of the philosopher's stone cool and solidify, Master Albertus understands that he has participated in something far greater than mere chemical transformation. He has witnessed the phoenix principle made manifest in matter, the eternal cycle of death and rebirth operating on molecular scales, yet connecting his work to cosmic processes that span galaxies and eons. The fire dies down, but its work continues. Somewhere in the crystalline structure of the transformed substance, the essence of the phoenix lives on, waiting for another alchemist in another age to recognize its presence and assist in its next manifestation. The great work never ends. It only changes form, like the legendary bird itself, dying and being reborn in endless cycles that carry forward the possibility of transformation from age to age to age. In the monastery of St. Catherine, nestled at the foot of Mount Sinai, where Moses received the burning bush, Brother Marcus tends the eternal flame that has burned continuously for over 1,000 years. The flame itself holds sacred significance, but it is what gathers around the flame that continues to perplex and wonder the faithful. Each year, as the Feast of the Resurrection approaches, unusual birds appear in the monastery courtyard. They arrive silently in the pre-dawn darkness, magnificent creatures with plumage that seems to glow with its own inner light. The monks have learned to expect them, have developed rituals around their presence, yet their arrival never loses its power to inspire awe and contemplation. Brother Marcus has served as keeper of the flame for 30 years, and in all that time, the birds have never failed to appear during the holiest season of the Christian calendar. They show no fear of the sacred fire, often perching directly on the metal framework that surrounds the eternal flame, preening their luminous feathers in the heat and smoke, as if the fire nourished rather than threatened them. The birds remain throughout Holy Week, participating in what can only be described as their own form of worship. During the daily offices, when the monks gather to chant psalms and prayers, the creatures join their voices to the human chorus, producing harmonies that seem to lift the entire service into realms beyond earthly understanding. Their calls weave through the ancient melodies with precision that suggests not mere coincidence, but genuine musical understanding. On Easter morning, as the Church celebrates Christ's resurrection from the tomb, the birds perform their most extraordinary behavior. They gather around the eternal flame in precise formation, spreading their wings in gestures that mirror the crucifixion pose, then begin to call in unison a sound so pure and transcendent that hardened desert monks have been known to weep openly at its beauty. As the sun rises on Resurrection Sunday, the bird suddenly burst into what can only be called ecstatic flight, soaring upward in spirals that catch the morning light and scatter it in rainbow fragments across the monastery walls. They circle the ancient buildings 3 times the number of Christ's days in the tomb, then disappear into the desert, sky leaving behind only the lingering scent of myrrh and frankincense, and the profound silence of those who have witnessed mystery beyond words. The early Christian church embraced the phoenix as one of the most powerful symbols of Christ's resurrection, but their interpretation went far beyond mere metaphor. Church fathers like Clement of Rome and Tertullian wrote about the phoenix as if describing actual natural phenomena that God had provided as evidence supporting Christian doctrine. Clement, in his first epistle to the Corinthians, described the phoenix with the detailed precision of someone reporting eyewitness testimony. Let us consider that wonderful sign of the resurrection which takes place in eastern lands. There is a certain bird called a phoenix. This is the only one of its kind and lives 500 years. And when the time of its dissolution draws near that it must die, it builds itself a nest of frankincense, myrrh, and other spices, into which, when the time is fulfilled, it enters and dies. But Clement continued with details that sound less like religious allegory and more like natural history. From the corruption of its flesh, a certain kind of worm is produced, which being nourished by the juices of the dead bird brings forth feathers. Then, when it has acquired strength, it takes up that nest in which are the bones of its parent, and bearing these, it passes from the land of Arabia into Egypt to the city called Heliopolis. The precision of these geographical references, Arabia to Egypt, specifically to Heliopolis, suggests that early Christians believed they were documenting actual migration routes of real birds, rather than constructing purely symbolic narratives. If phoenix sightings were occurring in predictable locations during the early centuries of Christianity, church fathers would naturally have interpreted such phenomena as divine confirmation of their theological claims. Saint Ambrose of Milan, writing in the 4th century, claimed to have personally witnessed a phoenix during his travels to Egypt. His account preserves observational details that read more like field notes than spiritual meditation. I myself have seen the likeness of the phoenix in the Egyptian temple. It appeared larger than an eagle, with a crown of feathers upon its head and a throat of gold, but the rest purple, the tail blue mixed with rose-colored feathers, and the wings parti-colored. The specificity of these color descriptions, purple body, blue and rose tail, parti-colored wings, suggests either direct observation or access to detailed reports from reliable sources. Medieval bishops were not typically given to flights of ornithological fancy, and Ambrose's reputation for careful scholarship makes his account particularly significant. The theological implications of accepting phoenix reality were profound for early Christianity. If God had indeed created a bird capable of resurrection, then Christ's resurrection became not a unique miracle, but the supreme example of a natural principle that operated throughout creation. This interpretation allowed Christian apologists to argue that resurrection was not contrary to natural law, but its ultimate expression. This theological strategy required defending the phoenix as literal existence, while simultaneously interpreting its behavior as prefiguring Christian truth. The result was a unique form of natural theology that treated the phoenix as both zoological fact and religious symbol, a creature whose very existence proved the possibility of resurrection, while its behavior provided a template for understanding Christian salvation. Islamic scholars approached the phoenix from a different theological perspective, but with equally serious intellectual rigor. The great physician and philosopher Ibn Sina, Avicenna, discussed the phoenix in his medical and natural philosophical works, treating it as a subject worthy of scientific investigation rather than mere folklore. Ibn Sina's analysis of phoenix physiology reflects sophisticated understanding of biological principles. The bird called phoenix possesses a constitution of perfect balance between hot and cold, moist and dry humors. This balance enables it to resist the corruption that affects other creatures, allowing it to live for periods that exceed normal animal lifespans by many-fold. This medical interpretation suggests that Islamic scholars viewed phoenix longevity as the result of exceptional physiological balance rather than supernatural intervention. Such an approach opened possibilities for understanding phoenix characteristics as extreme but natural expressions of biological principles that operated in all living creatures. The Islamic tradition preserved detailed accounts of phoenix sightings that often include practical information about the bird's behavior, diet, and habitat preferences. Al-Damiri's Zoological Encyclopedia, composed in the 14th century, contains reports from multiple sources describing phoenix encounters in terms that suggest ongoing observation rather than repetition of ancient legends. According to these Islamic sources, phoenix birds were most commonly observed in remote desert regions during specific seasonal conditions. They showed marked preferences for areas with particular mineral compositions, regions where salt deposits, sulfur springs, or metallic ores created unusual soil chemistry. This habitat specificity suggests ecological adaptations that might explain both the birds' rarity and their unusual physiological characteristics. Islamic alchemical texts also preserve detailed information about phoenix-derived materials and their uses in chemical and medical procedures. These sources describe the collection and preparation of phoenix feathers, ash from phoenix nests, and even phoenix eggs, all treated as valuable but obtainable substances rather than purely mythological materials. The precision and consistency of these alchemical recipes across different authors and time periods indicates either active trade in phoenix-derived materials or preservation of knowledge about such materials based on historical availability. If phoenix-like birds were occasionally encountered by Islamic scholars and physicians, they would naturally have investigated the potential medical and chemical applications of materials obtained from such extraordinary creatures. The mystical traditions within both Christianity and Islam developed sophisticated interpretations of phoenix, symbolism that preserve intriguing hints about the bird's behavior and significance. Christian mystics described the phoenix as representing the soul's journey through spiritual death and rebirth, but their accounts often include details that suggest familiarity with actual avian behavior. The 13th century mystic Meister Eckhart wrote extensively about the phoenix as a model for spiritual transformation, describing the bird's preparation for death with precision that reads like behavioral observation. The phoenix, when it feels the approach of its time, gathers the most precious spices and aromatic woods, arranging them according to celestial patterns known only to itself. It sits upon this pyre not in despair, but in joy, understanding that what appears as death is merely passage to renewed life. Islamic Sufi traditions developed parallel interpretations that emphasize the phoenix as a symbol of the soul as return to divine unity. But Sufi texts often describe phoenix behavior in ways that suggest the authors were familiar with actual birds, whose characteristics inspired their spiritual metaphors. The great Sufi poet Adar, in his Conference of the Birds, describes the phoenix, called Simurg in Persian, as dwelling on Mount Kaf at the edge of the world. But his account includes geographical and behavioral details that suggest knowledge of real mountain-dwelling birds with exceptional characteristics. The Simurg builds its nest in the highest peaks where the air is so thin that ordinary creatures cannot survive. It feeds upon the essence of precious stones and drinks only from springs that flow with liquid light. These descriptions, while obviously metaphorical in their extreme forms, may preserve memories of encounters with actual high-altitude bird species that possessed unusual dietary preferences and physiological adaptations. If phoenix-like birds inhabited extreme mountain environments where few humans could travel, their occasional sightings would naturally acquire mythological significance while preserving authentic observational details. The architectural integration of phoenix symbolism in both Christian and Islamic sacred buildings provides additional evidence for the significance these traditions attach to phoenix reality. Churches and mosques across the medieval world incorporated phoenix imagery in locations that suggest the birds were considered factual rather than purely symbolic creatures. The great cathedral of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople included phoenix mosaics positioned to catch specific angles of sunlight during particular times of year, creating effects that made the mosaic birds appear to glow with inner fire. Similarly, Islamic palaces and mosques featured phoenix decorations designed to interact with architectural acoustics, creating resonance effects during prayers and ceremonies that enhanced the building's spiritual atmosphere. These architectural features required sophisticated understanding of both artistic technique and engineering principles, suggesting that medieval builders possessed detailed knowledge of phoenix characteristics, knowledge specific enough to guide the design of complex structural elements. Such precision indicates either extensive artistic tradition based on careful observation or access to sources that preserved accurate information about phoenix appearance and behavior. The medical and pharmacological traditions within both religions also preserved knowledge about phoenix-derived substances that was treated as practical rather than purely symbolic information. Christian medical texts describe the therapeutic uses of phoenix powder, supposedly prepared from the ash of phoenix nests, for treating conditions involving premature aging and tissue degeneration. Islamic medical manuscripts contain even more detailed pharmacological information, including specific preparation methods for phoenix-derived medicines, dosage recommendations, and descriptions of their physiological effects. These texts treat phoenix materials as expensive but obtainable substances rather than imaginary ingredients, suggesting that Islamic physicians had access to supplies of such materials through established trade networks. The consistency of medicinal applications described across different sources indicates either successful preservation of ancient knowledge or ongoing practical experience with phoenix-derived substances. If such materials were available to medieval physicians, their therapeutic properties would have been investigated with the same scientific rigor applied to other natural products. The decline of phoenix-related traditions in both Christianity and Islam during the late medieval and early modern periods correlates with broader changes in theological and philosophical approaches to nature. The rise of scholastic philosophy emphasized rational analysis over direct spiritual experience, while increasing emphasis on scriptural authority discouraged investigation of phenomena not explicitly mentioned in sacred texts. More significantly, the expansion of European exploration and colonization altered the global networks through which exotic materials and information had traditionally flowed. If phoenix sightings and phoenix-derived materials had previously been available through Arabian and Asian trade routes, the disruption of these traditional networks might have eliminated access to both the birds themselves and the substances associated with them. The Protestant Reformation emphasis on textual authority and rejection of traditional Catholic symbolism further reduced interest in phoenix-related theology among Christian scholars. Islamic communities faced similar pressures from increasingly literal interpretations of religious law that discouraged investigation of phenomena not explicitly endorsed by scripture and established tradition. Despite these historical changes, both Christian and Islamic mystical traditions preserved phoenix symbolism as representing fundamental spiritual truths about death, transformation, and renewal. Whether or not the birds themselves continued to exist, their symbolic significance remained relevant to believers seeking to understand the relationship between temporal existence and eternal reality. The modern revival of interest in medieval mystical traditions has led to renewed appreciation for phoenix symbolism within both religions, though contemporary interpretations typically emphasize psychological and spiritual meanings rather than literal biological reality. However, some contemporary theologians and spiritual teachers continue to explore the possibility that phoenix accounts preserve authentic information about extraordinary natural phenomena that exceeded the explanatory frameworks available to medieval observers. As Brother Marcus extinguishes the eternal flame for its daily renewal, as he prepares the sacred space for another night of prayer and contemplation, he cannot help but wonder about the luminous birds that continue to visit the monastery each Easter season. Whether they represent divine messengers, extraordinary natural phenomena, or some mystery that transcends both categories, they remain for him a source of wonder that deepens rather than diminishes his faith. The fire dies down, but the mystery endures. In the space between the known and unknown, between the natural and supernatural, Phoenix continues to call believers toward transformations that promise resurrection, not just as theological doctrine, but as lived reality accessible to any soul courageous enough to embrace the flames of its own renewal. Beneath the shifting sands of the Sahara Desert, satellite imagery has revealed the ghost outlines of ancient cities. Vast geometric patterns that speak of civilizations that flourished when the desert was green. Savanna when rivers flowed where now only wind carries whispers of vanished glory. These shadows in the sand pose questions that archaeology is only beginning to explore. Who built these cities? How advanced were their technologies? And what happened to the knowledge they accumulated during millennia of sophisticated development? Dr. Sarah Chun adjusts the ground-penetrating radar as her team prepares to investigate one of the most intriguing sites, a circular formation nearly 2 miles in diameter, located in what is now the heart of the empty quarter. The symmetry is too perfect to be natural, the scale too vast to be the work of nomadic peoples. This is the signature of a civilization that possessed engineering capabilities and organizational structures that rival anything achieved by recorded history. As the radar penetrates layers of sand accumulated over thousands of years, images begin to form on the monitoring screens that challenge everything the archaeological team thought they knew about prehistoric development. The buried structures show sophisticated architectural planning, with buildings arranged according to mathematical principles that suggest advanced understanding of engineering, astronomy, and urban design. But it is what the radar reveals at the center of this circular city that truly defies explanation. A vast aviary, its dimensions carefully calculated to provide optimal flight space for creatures of extraordinary size. The structure appears to have been designed not merely to house large birds, but to facilitate some kind of interaction between human inhabitants and avian species, whose wingspans must have exceeded 30 feet. The implications are staggering. If this civilization possessed the technology to construct such facilities, if they maintained relationships with bird species of impossible dimensions, what other knowledge might they have developed that was lost when their cities were abandoned to the advancing desert? The lost civilizations hypothesis suggests that Phoenix mythology preserves fragmented memories of technological and biological realities that existed before recorded history began. According to this theory, advanced prehistoric societies developed sophisticated understanding of genetics, ecology, and bioengineering that enabled them to create or work with species that exceeded anything known to modern science. These civilizations, the hypothesis proposes, operated on timescales that matched Phoenix mythology planning projects and developing technologies across centuries rather than decades, accumulating knowledge through generations of careful observation and experimentation that modern science, with its emphasis on rapid results, has yet to match. The phoenix, in this interpretation, represents not mythological symbol, but historical documentation, preserved memories of actual creatures that were either products of ancient bioengineering or natural species that survived from earlier geological epochs when environmental conditions supported much larger avian forms. Archaeological evidence supporting this hypothesis comes from multiple locations worldwide, where sophisticated structures predate the civilizations previously credited with advanced engineering. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, demonstrates architectural and astronomical knowledge that seems impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. The precision-cut stones of Puma Punku in Bolivia show machining techniques that modern technology struggles to replicate. The megalithic structures scattered across Europe and Asia indicate capabilities that conventional archaeology cannot adequately explain. Each of these sites includes architectural elements that seem designed for interactions with large flying creatures. Göbekli Tepe features carved pillars depicting birds of prey in positions that suggest reverence or partnership rather than mere decoration. Puma Pongtu includes precisely engineered landing platforms in what appear to be roosting areas scaled for birds far larger than any known species. European megalithic sites often include astronomical alignments that correlate with migration routes that would be optimal for creatures with exceptional flight capabilities. The mathematical precision embedded in Phoenix mythology also supports the lost civilization's interpretation. The 500-year Phoenix cycle, the complex astronomical correlations, a sophisticated understanding of chemical and biological processes all suggest preservation of scientific knowledge that exceeds what should have been possible for the cultures traditionally credited with creating Phoenix legends. If prehistoric civilizations had developed advanced understanding of biological cycles that operate on multi-century timescales, they might have created monitoring and prediction systems that tracked phenomena invisible to shorter-lived cultures. The Phoenix mythology could represent fragments of such systems preserving crucial information about environmental cycles, biological rhythms, and technological processes in narrative form that could survive cultural collapses and transmission across generations. The genetic evidence is particularly intriguing. Modern DNA analysis of ancient remains reveals that prehistoric populations possessed genetic diversity that exceeds contemporary levels, suggesting either larger founding populations than previously assumed or access to genetic material from sources that remain unidentified. Some ancient specimens contain genetic sequences that appear to be synthetic, too precisely structured to have resulted from natural evolutionary processes alone. If lost civilizations had developed genetic engineering capabilities, they might have created hybrid organisms that combined characteristics from multiple species in ways that produced creatures like the phoenix. Such bioengineering could explain the phoenix's impossible combination of traits, the size and flight capabilities of large raptors, the longevity of marine species, the fire resistance of extremophile organisms, and the intelligence of the most sophisticated avian species. The archaeological record contains tantalizing hints of such genetic manipulation. Cave paintings from multiple continents depict creatures that combine anatomical features from different species in ways that suggest either artistic imagination or documentation of actual hybrid organisms. Some of these artistic representations show remarkable consistency across cultures that had no apparent contact, suggesting either independent observation of similar phenomena or preservation of shared memories from earlier periods of human history. The technological requirements for creating and maintaining phoenix-like creatures would have been substantial, requiring not only genetic engineering capabilities, but also sophisticated understanding of ecology, chemistry, and environmental management. Lost civilizations that possessed such technologies would necessarily have developed complex social and political structures, capable of supporting long-term scientific projects spanning multiple generations. Evidence for such social complexity appears in the organizational patterns revealed by archaeological investigation of prehistoric sites. The construction of megalithic structures required coordination of thousands of workers across decades or centuries, suggesting governmental and economic systems capable of maintaining continuity across time spans that exceed most recorded civilizations. If these prehistoric societies had developed governmental structures capable of supporting multi-century projects, they would have been ideally positioned to undertake the long-term biological monitoring and genetic manipulation necessary to create and maintain phoenix-like species. The 500-year phoenix cycle might represent the interval required for such genetic modifications to manifest their full effects, making phoenix appearances the culmination of centuries-long biological programs. The chemical knowledge embedded in phoenix mythology also exceeds what should have been available to ancient cultures operating without modern scientific methods. The precise understanding of aromatic compounds, their interactions with biological systems, and their roles in promoting longevity and regeneration suggests access to sophisticated chemical analysis and synthesis capabilities. Archaeological investigation of ancient sites often reveals evidence of chemical processing that remains poorly understood. Residue analysis from prehistoric workshops indicates that ancient peoples were working with compounds that required advanced purification and synthesis techniques to produce. Some of these substances appear to be identical to modern pharmaceuticals, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or preservation of knowledge from sources with advanced chemical capabilities. If lost civilizations had developed chemical technologies capable of producing life extension compounds and regenerative medicines, they might have used such knowledge to enhance the characteristics of phoenix-like creatures. The aromatic materials associated with phoenix nests could represent fragments of sophisticated chemical formulations designed to support the birds' extraordinary physiological capabilities. The environmental evidence also supports the lost civilizations hypothesis. Climate reconstruction reveals that during the period when phoenix-supporting civilizations might have existed, global environmental conditions were significantly different from those that prevailed during recorded history. Higher atmospheric oxygen levels could have supported larger flying creatures, while different patterns of seasonal variation might have created the long-term environmental cycles that phoenix mythology suggests. These environmental conditions would also have supported much larger human populations than previously assumed for prehistoric periods. Recent archaeological discoveries reveal evidence of extensive agricultural systems and urban developments that predate the civilizations traditionally considered the first to achieve such capabilities. If prehistoric populations were much larger and more technologically sophisticated than previously believed, they would have possessed the resources necessary to undertake the complex biological projects that phoenix creation would have required. The decline and disappearance of such civilizations could explain both the extinction of phoenix-like species and the transformation of practical knowledge into mythological form. Major climate changes, geological catastrophes, or social collapses could have eliminated the technological infrastructure necessary to maintain genetically engineered species while leaving only fragmentary cultural memories of their existence. The preservation of phoenix mythology across multiple cultures suggests that the civilizations responsible for creating such creatures maintained extensive contact networks that spanned continents. If prehistoric societies possessed advanced transportation technologies, possibly including cooperation with large flying creatures, they might have developed global communication and trade systems that rivaled or exceeded anything achieved by recorded civilizations. The mathematical relationships embedded in phoenix mythology indicate that lost civilizations possessed sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles and their relationships to biological and technological processes. Such knowledge would have required centuries of careful observation and record-keeping, suggesting scientific institutions capable of maintaining continuity across many generations. If phoenix-like creatures were products of such long-term scientific programs, their creation would represent the culmination of prehistoric humanity's technological achievement, the successful integration of genetic engineering, environmental management, and interspecies cooperation to produce organisms that transcended normal biological limitations. The modern implications of the lost civilizations hypothesis are profound. If prehistoric societies achieved technological capabilities that exceeded our own in certain domains, then phoenix mythology might preserve crucial information about sustainable technologies and biological management, techniques that could address contemporary environmental challenges. The phoenix's ability to regenerate itself through fire could encode knowledge about ecological restoration techniques that utilize controlled burning and chemical treatment to restore degraded environments. The bird's extended lifespan might preserve information about longevity enhancement that could inform modern medical research. The sophisticated social behaviors attributed to phoenix species could provide insights into sustainable population management and resource allocation. As Dr. Chan's team continues their excavation of the buried aviary, each discovery raises new questions about the capabilities and knowledge of the civilization that created such structures. The precision of the engineering, the scale of the construction, and the obvious sophistication of the design all point toward technological achievements that challenge conventional understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Whether Phoenix mythology preserves memories of actual bioengineered creatures, natural species that survived from earlier epochs, or symbolic representations of advanced technologies, it clearly contains information that exceeds what should have been possible for the cultures traditionally credited with its creation. The lost civilizations hypothesis provides a framework for understanding this paradox while opening possibilities for recovering knowledge that might prove invaluable for addressing the challenges of our own technological civilization. The sand continues to shift, revealing and concealing the traces of vanished glory. But the patterns remain, preserved in stone and story, waiting for archaeologists and mythologists working together to decode the messages left by those who came before, messages that might contain the keys to understanding not only what we have lost, but what we might yet recover from the ashes of forgotten wisdom. Picture the ancient Mediterranean world at twilight, when the boundary between earth and sky dissolves into shades of amber and crimson. Across this landscape, volcanic peaks pierce the horizon like sleeping giants, their slopes shrouded in mystery and reverence. Mount Vesuvius broods over the Bay of Naples. Mount Etna dominates Sicily's eastern coast. In the Aegean, Santorini's caldera holds the memory of an explosion that shattered civilizations. For the ancients who dwelt in these fire-touched lands, volcanoes were not merely geological phenomena. They were the breathing places of gods, the workshops where divine forces forged the very substance of creation and destruction. When these mountains awakened, they painted the world in flames and transformed the familiar into the mythical. The eruption begins without warning. Deep beneath the earth, pressures that have built for decades finally breach their containment. Molten rock surges upward through ancient channels, carrying with it the raw creative force of the planet's core. The first tremors ripple through villages nestled on fertile slopes, where generations have lived in the shadow of the sleeping giant. Then comes the fire. What witnesses see defies the ordinary laws of their world. Columns of flame and ash ascend into the heavens, reaching heights that dwarf the tallest mountains. These towers of fire seem to take on lives of their own, writhing and dancing against the darkened sky. In the superheated air, updrafts create shapes that the human mind struggles to interpret. Flames spiral upward in forms that suggest wings. Ash clouds unfurl like vast feathers against the vault of heaven. Ancient observers, lacking modern understanding of volcanic mechanics, would have seen something far more profound in these displays. The fire appears to be alive, rising from the earth in the form of an immense bird. The ash plume spreads like wings spanning the entire sky. The rhythmic pulses of the eruption mimic the beating of a colossal heart. Lightning crackles through the ash cloud, resembling the fierce eyes of a creature born from flame itself. As the eruption reaches its crescendo, entire forests ignite on the volcano's slopes. The fire spreads in waves, consuming everything in its path before retreating, leaving behind landscapes transformed into moonscapes of ash and pumice. But even in this destruction, observers would notice something remarkable. The fire does not simply destroy, it also creates. New land forms from cooling lava. The ash that blankets the earth will, in time, become the most fertile soil in the region. Months pass. The great firebird has departed, leaving behind a world seemingly devoid of life. Ash covers everything in shades of gray and black. Rivers have changed course. Familiar landmarks have vanished. The survivors begin to believe their world has ended forever. Then, with the coming of spring rains, something miraculous occurs. Green shoots pierce through the ash. Plants emerge more vibrant than before, nourished by the mineral-rich volcanic soil. Animals return to graze on unusually lush grasses. The land that appeared dead reveals itself to be more alive than ever. To ancient witnesses, this would appear to be nothing less than resurrection, the rebirth of the world from its own ashes. Consider the profound impact such experiences would have on the mythological consciousness of these early peoples. They had witnessed what appeared to be a great bird of fire descending from or ascending to the heavens. They had seen this creature consume an entire landscape before vanishing into the sky. They had watched the seemingly dead earth return to life with unprecedented vitality. Every element of the phoenix myth finds its echo in these volcanic phenomena. The cyclical nature of volcanic activity would only strengthen such interpretations. Major eruptions often occur in patterns spanning centuries or millennia. Oral traditions would preserve memories of previous events, creating narratives of a great firebird that returns at appointed times to renew the world through destruction and rebirth. Each generation would add its own details to these stories, gradually transforming geological events into mythological truths. Archaeological evidence supports this connection between volcanic regions and phoenix-like imagery. Ancient art from areas near active volcanoes frequently depicts firebirds and creatures of flame. Religious practices in these regions often center around themes of cyclical death and renewal. Temple complexes built near volcanic sites incorporate symbols that clearly echo later phoenix mythology. The famous eruption of Santorini around 1600 BCE provides a compelling case study. This massive volcanic event sent ash clouds across the entire eastern Mediterranean, affecting civilizations from Crete to Egypt. Ancient Egyptian records from this period describe unusual atmospheric phenomena, darkened skies, blood-red sunsets, and shapes in the clouds that resembled enormous birds. Could these observations have contributed to the phoenix myths that would later flourish in this same region? But the volcanic connection extends beyond mere visual similarities. The deeper symbolic resonance between volcanoes and phoenix mythology reveals profound truths about how ancient peoples understood the relationship between destruction and creation. Volcanoes embody the paradox at the heart of the phoenix myth that true renewal can only emerge from complete annihilation. As night falls over these fire-touched landscapes, we begin to understand how the phoenix might have emerged not from pure imagination, but from the awesome reality of a planet that breathes fire and reshapes itself through flames. The myth becomes not just a story, but a memory encoded in the collective consciousness of civilizations that learn to read meaning in the language of erupting mountains. Meanwhile, in the shifting sands of ancient deserts and the limestone caves of forgotten valleys, other discoveries were reshaping humanity's understanding of the creatures that once walked the earth. Long before modern paleontology gave names to extinct species, ancient peoples were uncovering bones that challenged everything they thought they knew about the natural world. Picture a Bedouin trader following a caravan route across the Egyptian desert in the 3rd century BCE. A sandstorm the night before has reshaped familiar landmarks, exposing stone formations that have been buried for millennia. As the sun climbs higher, its light catches something unusual protruding from a weathered cliff face, the curved edge of what appears to be bone, but bone unlike anything from the living world. The trader approaches with growing wonder. What emerges from the stone is a femur longer than a man is tall, followed by ribs that could shelter a family. And finally, a skull bearing a beak that could swallow a lamb whole. Though he lacks the scientific framework to understand what he has found, his mind immediately turns to the stories told around, desert fire tales of great birds that once ruled the skies before vanishing into legend. This scene, repeated countless times across the ancient world, may hold the key to understanding how phoenix mythology took root in human consciousness. Modern paleontology has revealed that the Earth was once home to birds of truly mythical proportions. The elephant birds of Madagascar stood over 10 feet tall and weighed nearly half a ton. Terror birds ruled South American plains with beaks capable of crushing bone. In Australia, the thunderbird Genornis towered above early human settlements with wings spanning 20 feet. But it was not just their size that would have sparked mythological thinking among ancient discoverers. These fossil birds possessed features that seemed to bridge the gap between the natural and the supernatural. Many species showed evidence of brilliant plumage that would have created spectacular displays in life. Bone structure suggests some could survive in extreme environments near volcanic vents, in desert oases, in the frozen peaks of mountain ranges where ordinary birds could never thrive. Consider the psychological impact when ancient peoples discovered fossils of Argentavis magnificens, a bird with a wingspan approaching 25 feet that soared over South American landscapes 6 million years ago. To find such remains would have required no great leap of imagination to envision a creature capable of carrying off entire settlements or battling gods in the heavens. The fossilized bones themselves seem to tell stories of creatures that transcended the ordinary limits of earthly existence. Even more intriguing are the fossilized remains that show evidence of unusual mineral deposits. Some giant bird fossils contain traces of rare metals concentrated in their bone structure, possibly from their diet or environment. To ancient eyes, bones that gleamed with metallic luster or showed unusual coloration would have suggested creatures connected to fire, to precious metals, to the realm of the divine, rather than the merely biological. Archaeological evidence from various ancient sites suggests that large fossil discoveries were often treated as sacred objects. In several locations across the Mediterranean and Near East, excavations have uncovered fossil bones arranged in shrine-like settings, surrounded by offerings and religious artifacts. These findings suggest that ancient peoples not only discovered such remains, but interpreted them through a mythological lens, seeing in them evidence of creatures that existed at the intersection of the natural and supernatural worlds. The preservation conditions required for fossilization often concentrate these discoveries in specific geographical regions areas that, significantly, overlap with the heartlands of Phoenix mythology. The limestone caves of the Levant, the volcanic ash deposits of the Mediterranean, the desert formations of North Africa all are environments conducive to both fossil preservation and the development of firebird myths. But perhaps the most compelling aspect of the fossil connection lies in the details ancient peoples would have observed in these remains. Giant bird fossils often show evidence of adaptation to extreme environments. Bone density suggests creatures capable of surviving intense heat. Skull structure indicates birds that could thrive in smoke-filled volcanic atmospheres. Wing bones reveal flight capabilities that would have allowed navigation through ash clouds and thermal updrafts that would ground ordinary birds. Ancient Greek writings contain intriguing references to bones of the great birds discovered in sacred caves and mountain peaks. Egyptian tomb paintings occasionally depict servants presenting pharaohs with artifacts described as feathers of stone and bones of the skywalkers. The seasonal nature of many fossil discoveries would have reinforced phoenix-like interpretations. Erosion patterns mean that new fossils are often exposed during specific weather cycles, after spring floods, following winter freezes, in the aftermath of desert storms. To ancient observers, the regular appearance of these giant bird remains would have suggested creatures that manifested cyclically, emerging from the earth itself at appointed times before disappearing back into stone and sediment. As moonlight bathes the limestone cliffs where these ancient discoveries first amazed human eyes, we begin to see how the phoenix myth might have grown from more than imagination alone. In the fossil record of giants, Early peoples found tangible evidence that the world had once been home to creatures beyond the boundaries of ordinary experience, birds that seemed to embody the very forces of transformation that would later define the phoenix in human consciousness. Centuries earlier, as the first merchants loaded their camels with silk and spices in the markets of Chang'an, they carried more than mere trade goods along the ancient routes that would connect east and west. Hidden within their saddlebags, woven into their conversations around desert campfires, embedded in the stories they told to pass long nights beneath foreign stars, traveled the seeds of mythological transformation. The great trade networks of the ancient world, the Silk Road stretching across Central Asia, the maritime routes connecting the Mediterranean with India, the caravan paths linking sub-Saharan Africa with the civilizations of the North served as arteries through which more than commodities flowed. Ideas merged and mutated along these pathways. Gods adopted new names and attributes. Stories that began in one culture acquired new details and interpretations as they traveled through others. Picture the oasis city of Palmyra at its height, around the 2nd century CE. Here, beneath date palms that have witnessed the passage of countless caravans, merchants from a dozen cultures gather in the evening coolness. A Persian trader speaks of the simurg, the great bird that nests atop the world tree, and whose feathers carry the power of healing. A Greek philosopher responds with tales of the phoenix that burns itself to death in Arabia before rising renewed from its own ashes. An Egyptian priest nods knowingly, recognizing in both stories echoes of the Bennu bird that emerges from the sacred fires of Heliopolis. As the night deepens and wine loosens tongues, these separate mythologies begin to interweave. The Persian simurg as association with the cosmic tree merges with the Greek phoenix as cycles of death and rebirth. The Egyptian Bennu's connection to solar renewal adds layers of meaning to both traditions. By morning, each traveler carries away not just his original story, but a composite myth enriched by the contributions of distant cultures. This process of mythological synthesis occurred on a vast scale throughout the ancient world. The Persian Empire at its zenith stretched from India to Egypt, creating an unprecedented zone of cultural exchange. Within this cosmopolitan realm, firebird myths that had developed independently in various regions encountered one another for the first time. Local deities and legendary creatures began to share attributes, creating hybrid mythologies that reflected the interconnected nature of the imperial world. Archaeological evidence reveals the physical traces of this cultural convergence. Art objects from Persian sites show clear influences from multiple traditions, birds depicted with features that combine Greek, Egyptian, and Mesopotamian iconography. Religious artifacts suggest syncretic practices, where firebird deities from different cultures were worshipped in unified ceremonies. Even architectural elements reflect this blending, with temple decorations that incorporate symbols from across the known world. The Sogdian merchants who dominated Central Asian trade routes played a particularly crucial role in this mythological diffusion. Operating from cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, they maintained commercial networks that extended from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. Their own religious practices reflected this cosmopolitan outlook, incorporating elements from Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Christianity, and local shamanic traditions. When they told stories of firebirds, these tales naturally drew from the entire spectrum of cultures they encountered in their travels. Consider how the Chinese fanghuang might have acquired new attributes through contact with Western firebird myths. Originally associated with imperial virtue and cosmic harmony, the fanghuang began to display characteristics reminiscent of the phoenix's death and rebirth cycle. Similarly, the Persian simurg, initially conceived as an immortal creature of wisdom, developed associations with cyclical renewal that echo the Greek phoenix tradition. The Islamic conquests of the 7th and 8th century CE created another massive wave of cultural convergence. As Arab armies and administrators spread across territories that encompassed the former Byzantine and Persian empires, They encountered firebird mythologies in countless local forms. The Islamic tradition's own emphasis on purification through fire provided a natural framework for incorporating these diverse legends into a unified mythological system. Sufi mystical traditions proved particularly receptive to phoenix-like imagery. The concept of the soul's journey through spiritual death and rebirth resonated powerfully with existing firebird myths. Persian Sufi poets like Adar used the sandwurg as a central metaphor for spiritual transformation, creating literary works that synthesized mystical Islamic theology with ancient Iranian firebird traditions. The maritime trade networks of the Indian Ocean created parallel processes of mythological convergence. Arab dhows, Indian merchant vessels, and Chinese junks carried stories along with cargo between the ports of East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, India, and Southeast Asia. Firebird myths adapted to maritime environments, acquiring associations with sea storms, cyclical monsoons, and the renewal of coastal ecosystems. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of this cultural convergence lies in how it reveals universal human responses to certain natural phenomena. Despite developing in isolation, firebird myths from different cultures share remarkably similar core elements: the association with solar cycles, the connection between destruction and renewal, the embodiment of transformative fire. This consistency suggests that the phoenix myth may reflect not just cultural exchange, but fundamental patterns in how human consciousness processes experiences of natural cycles and environmental transformation. As dawn breaks over the ancient caravan routes, painting the desert sands in shades of gold and crimson, we see how the phoenix mythology we know today emerged not from a single culture's imagination, but from the creative collision of human civilizations. In the great mixing bowl of ancient trade networks, separate traditions combined to create something greater than the sum of their parts. A myth that spoke to universal human experiences while bearing the rich complexity of cultural diversity. As the climate shifted across the ancient world, bringing new patterns of drought and abundance, certain indigenous communities developed practices that would forever alter human understanding of fire's dual nature. Deep in the oak forests of pre-Roman Britain, where morning mist clings to ancient groves and the boundary between the sacred and mundane grows thin, the Druids had learned to read the language of flame with an intimacy born of centuries of observation. The old forest keeper, whose name has been lost to time, but whose knowledge shaped the mythologies that followed, understood what his people had discovered through generations of careful watching. Fire was not merely destruction. It was the forest's way of dreaming itself into new forms. Picture him in the hour before dawn, moving silently through woodlands that his ancestors had tended for 1,000 years. His weathered hands carry bundles of specific plants: dried bracken, fallen oak leaves, the particular moss that grows only on stones touched by lightning. These are not random selections, but carefully chosen elements in a process as precise as any modern science, though guided by different principles. The timing must be perfect. Too early in the season, and the fire will spread beyond control, consuming the green growth that sustains the forest's life. Too late, and the rains will prevent the flames from taking hold, leaving the woodland locked in patterns of growth that will ultimately lead to stagnation and death. The old keeper reads signs invisible to untrained eyes: the moisture content of fallen logs, the direction of prevailing winds, the subtle changes in animal behavior that signal the forest's readiness for transformation. He begins the fire at dawn, when the air is still and the dew provides natural fire breaks. The flames start small, consuming only the accumulated deadfall and undergrowth that would otherwise choke out new growth. But as the sun climbs higher and the morning moisture evaporates, the fire begins to move with purpose through the woodland, following paths that seem predetermined by forces beyond human control. To observers from neighboring tribes, what happens next would appear nothing short of miraculous. The fire moves like a living creature through the forest, consuming some areas completely while leaving others mysteriously untouched. Ancient trees that have stood for centuries remain unharmed, their thick bark protecting them from the flames. Meanwhile, dense thickets that have blocked sunlight from reaching the forest floor disappear entirely, opening spaces for new growth. The flames themselves seem to take on characteristics that suggest intelligence, even personality. They rise and fall in patterns that the human mind inevitably interprets as the beating of vast wings. When wind catches the fire and lifts burning leaves skyward, they spiral upward like feathers made of light, creating the unmistakable silhouette of a great bird ascending toward the heavens. The crackling of burning wood echoes through the forest like the calls of an enormous creature communicating with forces beyond the visible world. As the fire reaches its peak, something extraordinary occurs. The flames begin to form shapes that seem too purposeful to be random. Updrafts created by the heat draw burning materials into spiraling columns that resemble the form of a massive bird. These fire shapes dance above the treetops for moments that feel like eternities before dispersing into smoke and ash that will nourish the soil for years to come. Then, as suddenly as it began, the fire dies away. The forest stands transformed, blackened, and seemingly lifeless. The old keeper surveys the charred landscape with satisfaction, knowing what others do not yet understand, that death and rebirth are not separate events, but phases of a single continuous process that the forest has perfected over millennia. Days pass. The first rains fall on the burned earth, carrying minerals from the ash deep into soil that had been compacted and depleted by years of accumulated organic matter. Then, with a suddenness that seems to belong to the realm of magic rather than nature, the forest begins its resurrection. Green shoots emerge from the blackened ground with unprecedented vigor. Wildflowers that have not been seen for decades burst into bloom across the opened clearings. Animals return in greater numbers than before, drawn by the abundance of new growth. To the communities that witnessed this cyclical process, the connection to firebird mythology would have been inescapable. They had seen fire take the form of a great bird, consume an entire landscape, then disappear into the sky, only to be followed by a rebirth. So dramatic, it seemed to represent the return of life itself from the realm of death. The imagery burned itself into their collective memory, the bird of fire that dies in flames, only to rise again from its own ashes. Archaeological evidence suggests that controlled burning practices like these were far more widespread in the ancient world than previously recognized. Pollen analysis from lake sediments reveals regular burning cycles in forests across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, indicating systematic fire management by indigenous peoples thousands of years before written history. These communities developed sophisticated understanding of fire ecology that enabled them to use controlled burns to enhance rather than destroy their environments. The mythological implications extend far beyond simple observation of natural processes. Communities that practiced controlled burning developed philosophical and religious frameworks that embraced destruction as a necessary prelude to renewal. Their myths and rituals reflected deep understanding of cyclical time, seasonal death and rebirth, and the transformative power of fire when properly channeled. The phoenix mythology that would later spread throughout the Mediterranean world may have carried forward these ancient insights, encoding practical ecological knowledge in symbolic form. As twilight settles over forests where such practices once shaped both landscape and consciousness, we glimpse how the phoenix myth might have emerged not from pure fantasy, but from profound understanding of natural cycles that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. In the controlled fires of ancient forest keepers, we find not just the visual inspiration for firebird legends, but the deeper wisdom that recognizes destruction and creation as inseparable aspects of life's eternal dance. But another possibility emerges as we turn our gaze eastward, toward civilizations that developed their own firebird mythologies along paths that diverged from Mediterranean traditions, yet arrived at remarkably similar destinations. In the philosophical gardens of ancient China, where scholars pondered the eternal dance between opposing forces, the concept of the Fenghuang evolved into something far more complex than a simple legendary creature. Picture the Forbidden City during the Ming Dynasty, when the morning sun casts long shadows across courtyards designed to embody cosmic principles in architectural form. Here, where every stone and timber reflects centuries of accumulated wisdom about the nature of existence, the Fenghuang appears not merely in decorative motifs, but as a living symbol of philosophical truths that shaped an entire civilization's understanding of harmony and transformation. The Fenghuang emerges from Chinese cosmology as the embodiment of yin and yang in perfect balance, the female phoenix paired eternally with the male dragon to represent the fundamental duality that drives all existence. Unlike the solitary phoenix of Greek tradition, which achieves renewal through self-destruction, the Fenghuang maintains its immortal nature through the dynamic equilibrium between complementary forces. Its very existence demonstrates the Taoist principle that apparent opposites are actually interdependent aspects of a unified whole. Ancient Chinese texts describe the Fenghuang's appearance in terms that reveal profound understanding of natural cycles and cosmic patterns. Its five-colored plumage represents the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water that Chinese philosophy identifies as the fundamental building blocks of reality. When the Fenghuang spreads its wings, it displays the entire spectrum of natural forces in harmonious arrangement, suggesting a creature that exists not separate from the natural world, but as its perfect expression. The seasonal associations of the Fenghuang reflect sophisticated observation of environmental cycles that governed agricultural civilizations. Its appearance traditionally coincides with periods of transition, the moment when winter yields to spring, when drought gives way to abundance, when political dynasties demonstrate the mandate of heaven through just governance. Unlike the phoenix's dramatic death and rebirth, the Fenghuang represents continuity through change, the eternal principle that persists through all temporal transformations. Consider how this philosophical framework might have emerged from direct observation of natural phenomena that suggested the existence of creatures embodying cosmic principles. Ancient Chinese astronomers, among the most sophisticated skywatchers in human history, documented celestial events with remarkable precision. Their records describe periodic appearances of unusual astronomical phenomena, bright objects that seemed to move across the heavens in patterns resembling the flight of enormous birds. These observations coincided with significant terrestrial events that reinforced the connection between celestial firebirds and earthly transformation. Solar storms that created spectacular aurora displays in northern China would have appeared as vast birds of light dancing across the night sky. Meteor showers, with their trails of fire seeming to trace wing patterns against the darkness, provided visual confirmation of the Fenghuang's celestial nature. The Japanese adaptation of Chinese firebird mythology into the Haiji reveals another layer of philosophical sophistication. Japanese Buddhist traditions emphasize the creature's role in spiritual transformation, seeing in its immortal nature a reflection of the Buddha nature that exists within all sentient beings. Temple art depicting the Heiji often shows it in the company of lotus flowers, another symbol of transcendence that achieves purity by emerging from muddy conditions. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Eastern firebird philosophy lies in its integration with practical governance and social organization. Chinese emperors claimed the Fenghuang as a symbol of their legitimate authority, arguing that the bird's appearance validated their rule as aligned with cosmic principles. This connection between firebird mythology and political power suggests that these legends served not merely as entertainment, but as sophisticated frameworks for understanding the relationship between human society and natural order. The seasonal festivals that honored the Fenghuang reveal communities that had learned to read environmental signs with extraordinary precision. Celebrations timed to coincide with the bird's legendary appearances corresponded to crucial moments in agricultural cycles, the optimal times for planting, harvesting, and land management practices that sustained civilizations for thousands of years. The mythology provided a cultural framework for preserving and transmitting ecological knowledge across generations. Archaeological discoveries throughout East Asia reveal the material traces of this philosophical integration. Jade carvings of the Fenghuang found in ancient tombs suggest beliefs about the creature's role in guiding souls through death and rebirth. Bronze mirrors decorated with firebird motifs may have served ritual purposes, connected to solar worship and seasonal ceremonies. Even architectural elements incorporate Fenghuang imagery in ways that align with astronomical observations and seasonal light patterns. The medicinal traditions of ancient China offer another window into the practical applications of firebird mythology. Traditional Chinese medicine recognizes the Fenghuang as a symbol of the body's capacity for self-renewal and healing. Herbal formulations designed to treat chronic ailments often incorporate ingredients associated with the firebird's legendary properties, plants that exhibit unusual resilience to environmental stresses, minerals that retain heat, substances that demonstrate cyclical patterns of potency. As evening falls across the ancient temples where these philosophical traditions first took root, we encounter a vision of the phoenix that transcends simple myth to become a sophisticated framework for understanding the deepest patterns that govern existence. In the Eastern firebird, we find not just a creature of legend, but a symbol that encodes profound insights about balance, transformation, and the eternal dance between stability and change that shapes all life. As the cultural memories of firebirds spread across continents and millennia, they began to reveal patterns that suggest something deeper than mere storytelling, something encoded in the very structure of human consciousness itself. Modern research in cognitive psychology and anthropology has uncovered remarkable consistencies in how different cultures, separated by vast distances and centuries, independently developed myths centered around birds of fire, death, and rebirth. Picture the neural pathways that fire when a human mind encounters certain archetypal patterns, the way specific combinations of imagery trigger emotional responses that seem to bypass rational thought and connect directly to something more fundamental. The phoenix myth, in its various cultural manifestations, appears to activate these deep-seated psychological structures with unusual power and consistency. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious provides one framework for understanding this phenomenon. According to Jungian analysis, certain symbols and narrative patterns archetypes exist as inherited psychological structures that emerge spontaneously across different cultures. The firebird archetype seems to represent one of these fundamental patterns, embodying the human psyche's need to process experiences of destruction, transformation, and renewal. But the consistency of phoenix-like imagery across cultures suggests something even more specific. Archaeological evidence reveals that firebird myths consistently emerge in societies that have experienced significant environmental trauma, volcanic eruptions, massive wildfires, climate shifts that force entire populations to adapt or perish. The myth appears to serve as a psychological mechanism for processing collective trauma by transforming experiences of devastating loss into narratives of renewal and hope. Consider the neurological basis for this pattern. Modern brain imaging reveals that humans respond to fire with a complex mixture of fear and fascination that activates multiple neural networks simultaneously. The sight of flames triggers ancient survival instincts while also stimulating regions associated with creativity and spiritual experience. This dual response may explain why fire creatures like the phoenix evoke such powerful emotional reactions. They embody the fundamental ambivalence that fire represents in human consciousness. The seasonal aspects of phoenix mythology align with documented patterns in human psychology and physiology. Research in chronobiology demonstrates that human beings possess internal clocks attuned to seasonal cycles, with brain chemistry and hormone levels fluctuating in response to changing daylight patterns. The phoenix's association with solar cycles and seasonal renewal may reflect these deep biological rhythms, providing symbolic representation of the cyclical nature of human psychological and physical states. Language analysis reveals another layer of evidence for the archetypal nature of phoenix mythology. Across unrelated language families, words associated with firebirds share similar sound patterns and emotional resonances. The prevalence of consonant combinations that mimic the sound of crackling flames, combined with vowel structures that echo bird calls, suggests that these myths may be encoded not just in narrative form, but in the very sounds that human vocal apparatus naturally produces when attempting to represent transformative fire creatures. Evolutionary psychology offers yet another perspective on the universal appeal of phoenix imagery. Throughout human evolutionary history, the ability to understand and predict cyclical patterns, seasonal changes, animal migrations, plant growth cycles provided crucial survival advantages. Communities that developed sophisticated frameworks for interpreting and remembering these patterns would have been more successful than those that did not. Phoenix mythology may represent an evolved cognitive mechanism for encoding and transmitting knowledge about natural cycles in memorable, emotionally engaging form. The therapeutic applications of phoenix symbolism in modern psychology provide evidence for its continued psychological relevance. Therapists working with patients recovering from trauma frequently observe spontaneous emergence of firebird imagery in dreams, artwork, and symbolic expressions. The phoenix appears to serve as a natural metaphor for the healing process, helping individuals conceptualize their recovery as transformation rather than mere restoration. Anthropological studies of shamanic traditions worldwide reveal striking consistencies in how different cultures use firebird imagery in healing and spiritual practices. Siberian shamans describe journeys to the upper world on the backs of great firebirds. Native American traditions include ceremonies where participants symbolically die and are reborn through identification with fire creatures. Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories feature firebirds that create and renew the landscape through their flights across the sky. These cross-cultural patterns suggest that phoenix mythology may preserve ancient human knowledge about psychological and spiritual processes that modern civilization has largely forgotten. Indigenous healing traditions that incorporate firebird symbolism often demonstrate remarkable effectiveness in treating conditions that conventional psychology struggles to address: collective trauma, spiritual crisis, and the sense of disconnection from natural cycles that characterizes much of modern life. The mathematical structures underlying phoenix narratives reveal another layer of archetypal consistency. Stories of death and rebirth across cultures tend to follow specific numerical patterns: 3-day cycles, 7-year periods, cycles of renewal that correspond to astronomical observations and seasonal patterns. These mathematical relationships suggest that phoenix mythology may encode sophisticated understanding of natural rhythms and cycles in symbolic form. Genetic research in behavioral psychology indicates that humans may possess inherited predispositions toward certain types of symbolic thinking. Studies of identical twins raised in different environments reveal remarkable consistencies in their responses to archetypal imagery, including firebird symbols. This research suggests that the appeal of phoenix mythology may have a biological basis, rooted in genetic patterns that shape human psychological development. As we contemplate the deep structures that give phoenix mythology its enduring power, we encounter the possibility that these ancient stories preserve not just cultural wisdom, but fundamental truths about the nature of consciousness itself. The myth becomes not merely an entertaining tale, but a window into the archetypal patterns that shape human experience across cultures. And centuries, a genetic code of meaning that connects us to the deepest sources of our shared humanity. As the great ice sheets retreated across northern continents, leaving behind landscapes transformed beyond recognition, Early human communities found themselves witnesses to environmental changes so dramatic, they challenged every assumption about the stability of the natural world. In this context of radical transformation, the emergence of Phoenix mythology may represent something far more specific than archetypal symbolism. It may preserve actual memories of climate events that reshaped the planet and forced entire civilizations to reinvent themselves or perish. Picture the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, when rising temperatures triggered cascading environmental changes across the globe. Massive ice dams burst, releasing floods that carved new river valleys and inland seas within days. Forests that had been locked in permafrost for millennia suddenly burst into unprecedented growth. Animal species that had survived in small refugia populations exploded across newly available territories. To human observers, these changes would have appeared as nothing less than the death and rebirth of the world itself. Archaeological evidence from this period reveals human settlements that were repeatedly abandoned and re-established as environmental conditions shifted. Carbon dating of ancient fire pits shows patterns of burning that correspond not to normal seasonal cycles, but to massive forest fires triggered by changing precipitation patterns and atmospheric conditions. These widespread burns would have created precisely the kind of spectacular fire displays that could inspire phoenix-like imagery on a continental scale. Consider the psychological impact on communities that witnessed the transformation of familiar landscapes into alien territories. Glacial lakes that had provided water and fish for countless generations suddenly drained away within seasons, leaving behind fertile valleys where none had existed before. Mountain ranges emerged from beneath receding ice sheets, like sleeping giants awakening from eternal slumber. Rivers changed course overnight, creating new oases in former deserts, while turning fertile valleys into wastelands. The timing of these environmental changes coincides remarkably with the earliest evidence for sophisticated mythological thinking in human cultures. Cave paintings from this period show a marked increase in imagery depicting transformation and renewal animals that appear to be dying and being reborn, fire creatures that seem to exist at the boundary between the natural and supernatural worlds. The famous Lascaux cave paintings, dated to approximately 17,000 years ago, include images that some researchers interpret as early firebird representations. Pollen analysis from lake sediments reveals that the post-glacial period was characterized by rapid and dramatic shifts in vegetation patterns. Entire forest ecosystems would transform from one species composition to another within decades, changes that normally require millennia. These transformations would have been visible to human observers as the literal death and rebirth of the landscape, providing direct experiential basis for myths about creatures that die in fire, only to emerge renewed in new forms. The marine archaeological record tells a similar story. As sea levels rose with glacial melting, coastal civilizations found their territories disappearing beneath the waves, while new lands emerged elsewhere. Communities that had developed sophisticated maritime cultures suddenly faced the need to completely reinvent their relationship with the sea. The stress of such rapid adaptation would have produced exactly the kind of collective trauma that mythological frameworks help communities process and understand. Ocean core samples from this period show evidence of massive volcanic activity triggered by the changing weight distribution as ice sheets melted. The reduced pressure on previously ice-covered regions led to increased volcanic activity, while the added weight of water in formerly dry ocean basins created new stress patterns in the Earth's crust. The resulting eruptions would have created spectacular displays of fire and ash that could easily inspire firebird mythologies. Climate data from ice cores reveals that the transition period was marked by extreme atmospheric phenomena, unusual aurora activity, abnormal storm patterns, and atmospheric effects that would have created spectacular visual displays. Solar radiation interacting with changed atmospheric composition would have produced sunset colors and sky phenomena unlike anything in the modern world. To ancient observers, these displays would have provided compelling visual evidence for the existence of fire creatures inhabiting the boundary between earth and heaven. The genetic evidence from human populations during this period shows bottlenecks and rapid expansions that correspond to environmental pressures and opportunities created by climate change. Small groups of survivors from environmental disasters would have carried forward cultural memories of the events that nearly destroyed their communities. These memories, passed down through oral tradition, would have provided the raw material for myths about death, survival, and renewal that later evolved into phoenix stories. Linguistic analysis reveals that many fundamental concepts in phoenix mythology words for fire, renewal, transformation, and cyclical time derive from root languages that developed during the post-glacial period. The prevalence of these concepts in the foundational vocabularies of diverse language families suggests that the experiences they represent were central to human consciousness during this formative period in cultural development. The agricultural revolution, which began during the same period of environmental transformation, would have reinforced phoenix-like thinking about destruction and renewal. Early farmers learned that periodic burning of fields increased crop yields, that forest clearance created new agricultural opportunities, and that apparent environmental destruction could lead to unprecedented abundance. These practical experiences with controlled destruction and renewal would have provided concrete validation for mythological frameworks based on cyclical transformation. As the aurora borealis dances across northern skies, with patterns shaped by magnetic fields that still carry traces of ancient climate disruption, we begin to see how phoenix mythology might preserve not just human imagination, but actual memories of a planet in transformation. The myth becomes a cultural fossil, preserving in symbolic form the lived experience of civilizations that witnessed the earth itself die and be reborn in fire, flood, and ice, a memory encoded in story that connects us still to the awesome power of planetary change. As we venture deeper into the realm where scientific possibility meets mythological imagination, we encounter territories that conventional archaeology and paleontology have barely begun to explore. Here, in the shadows cast by incomplete fossil records and the vast gaps in our understanding of ancient biodiversity, lies space for possibilities that challenge our assumptions about what creatures might have walked or flown in the world our ancestors knew. Picture the Australian continent during the Pleistocene epoch, when the landscape hosted an assemblage of creatures so extraordinary that their fossilized remains initially seemed too fantastical to be real. Giant wombats the size of automobiles grazed alongside marsupial lions with bolt-cutter jaws. 10-foot-tall flightless birds with beaks capable of crushing. Bones stalked through forests where carnivorous kangaroos hunted in packs. In this world of megafauna, where the impossible was commonplace, what other creatures might have existed that left no trace in the fossil record? The thunderbird of Aboriginal Australian mythology, Bunyip, and its aerial cousin that brought lightning and fire from the sky, has long been dismissed as pure folklore. But recent discoveries have revealed that Aboriginal oral traditions preserve remarkably accurate information about extinct megafauna, including details about behavior and appearance that scientists have only recently confirmed through fossil analysis. If these traditions accurately preserved memories of giant ground sloths and marsupial lions for over 40,000 years, what else might they remember? Consider the environmental conditions that could have supported creatures exhibiting phoenix-like characteristics. Volcanic regions, with their unique ecosystems and extreme conditions, have always harbored life forms that push the boundaries of biological possibility. Modern volcanic environments host bacteria that thrive in temperatures exceeding the boiling point of water, plants that concentrate rare metals in their tissues, and animals adapted to atmospheres that would be toxic to most life forms. In the active volcanic regions of the ancient world, what adaptive possibilities might have emerged that exceeded even these extreme examples? The fossil record, comprehensive as it might seem, actually preserves only a tiny fraction of ancient life forms. Paleontologists estimate that less than 1% of species that ever lived left fossil traces, and the conditions required for fossilization are so specific that entire categories of creatures, those with lightweight bones, those that lived in acidic environments, those that existed only in small populations, remain virtually invisible to archaeological investigation. In these gaps in our knowledge lies room for creatures that might have seemed mythical even to ancient eyes. Recent discoveries in evolutionary biology reveal that the line between possible and impossible is far more fluid than previously imagined. Scientists have documented fish that produce their own light through bacterial partnerships, birds that navigate using quantum mechanical effects in their visual systems, and mammals that survive complete dehydration in states approaching suspended animation. If such seemingly supernatural abilities exist in the modern world, what might have been possible in ancient ecosystems we barely understand? The concept of convergent evolution suggests that similar environmental pressures produce similar adaptive solutions across unrelated species. In multiple lineages, creatures have evolved the ability to survive extreme heat, to regenerate from severe injury, and to enter dormant states that allow survival through environmental catastrophes. The phoenix myth's emphasis on rebirth through fire might reflect encounters with creatures that had evolved such abilities to extraordinary degrees. Archaeological sites from volcanic regions occasionally yield biological remains that defy easy categorization. Mineralized fragments that appear to be bone, but contain unusual metal concentrations. Trace fossils suggesting creatures with flight capabilities that exceed those of any known species. Chemical signatures in ancient ash deposits that hint at biological processes unlike anything in the contemporary world. While these anomalies resist definitive interpretation, they suggest the possibility of life forms adapted to extreme conditions in ways that modern biology is only beginning to understand. The dating of extinction events reveals that many large, spectacular species persisted far longer than previously believed, with some surviving into historical periods when human civilizations were already established. The giant ground sloths of South America may have survived until just a few thousand years ago. Madagascar's elephant birds likely encountered early human settlements. In North America, giant beavers and short-faced bears lived alongside indigenous peoples whose oral traditions may preserve memories of these encounters. Genetic analysis of modern species occasionally reveals traces of extinct lineages that possessed unusual characteristics. Some bird species carry dormant genes for traits like enhanced heat resistance, unusual feather structures, or metabolic capabilities that far exceed those expressed in living populations. These genetic fossils suggest that the ancestors of modern birds may have possessed abilities that, under the right environmental pressures, could have produced creatures matching phoenix-like descriptions. The phenomenon of cryptic species-distinct species that are virtually identical in appearance, but genetically separate, indicates that biodiversity in the past was likely far greater than fossil evidence suggests. In environments where extreme conditions selected for unusual adaptations, closely related species might have diverged rapidly into forms that pushed the boundaries of biological possibility. Some of these lineages might have developed characteristics so extreme that they appeared supernatural to human observers. Climate data from the periods when phoenix myths first emerged reveals environmental conditions that were often more extreme than anything in recorded history. Atmospheric compositions, temperature ranges, and radiation levels sometimes exceeded those of the modern world by significant margins. These conditions might have supported life forms with adaptations so specialized that they could not survive in more moderate environments, leading to their disappearance as conditions normalized. The electromagnetic properties of certain volcanic minerals create conditions that can dramatically affect biological systems. Some ancient volcanic sites show evidence of magnetic field anomalies it persists for thousands of years. Creatures that evolved in such environments might have developed sensory capabilities or metabolic processes that utilized electromagnetic effects in ways that would have appeared magical to ancient observers. As we stand at the boundary between the known and unknowable, gazing into volcanic craters that still glow with the same fires that may have once harbored impossible creatures, we confront the humbling reality that our understanding of ancient life remains profoundly incomplete. In the spaces between established facts, in the gaps where fossils should be but are not found, in the mysterious traces that resist explanation, lies room for possibilities that might transform our understanding, not just of mythology, but of the very limits of life itself. But as we delve deeper into the mystery of the phoenix, we encounter a truth that transcends questions of historical reality or evolutionary possibility. Whether or not firebirds ever soared through ancient skies, the myth has woven itself so completely into human consciousness that it has become a living force in its own right, lens through which we understand our deepest experiences of loss, transformation, and hope. Picture a person standing at the edge of personal catastrophe, the loss of everything they thought defined them, the collapse of relationships and dreams they believed were permanent, the moment when their entire sense of self seems to crumble into ash. In such moments, when the familiar structures of identity dissolve, something remarkable often emerges. From the depths of apparent defeat, individuals discover resources they never knew they possessed. They rise from their metaphorical ashes not merely restored, but transformed into something stronger, wiser, more authentically themselves. This psychological phoenix process appears with such consistency across human experience that therapists and counselors recognize it as one of the fundamental patterns of human resilience. The myth provides not just metaphor, but roadmap, a way of understanding that devastating loss can be the necessary prelude to profound renewal. In this context, the phoenix becomes more than a legendary creature. It becomes a mirror reflecting the deepest capacities of the human spirit. Consider how the phoenix myth addresses one of humanity's most fundamental anxieties, the fear of death and meaninglessness. While other mythological frameworks promise escape from mortality through various forms of eternal existence, the phoenix embraces death as an integral part of life's creative process. It suggests that consciousness itself might be immortal not through avoiding death, but by learning to transform through it repeatedly. Each cycle of death and rebirth in the myth represents not loss, but evolution, the soul's capacity to transcend its previous limitations through voluntary surrender to transformative fire. The therapeutic power of phoenix symbolism reveals itself particularly clearly in work with individuals recovering from trauma. Survivors of abuse, war, natural disasters, and profound loss often describe their healing process in phoenix-like terms. The sense of having been reduced to nothing, followed by the gradual emergence of a new self that incorporates the wisdom gained through suffering. The myth provides a framework for understanding that their trauma, while devastating, can become the source of unprecedented strength and insight. Modern neuroscience offers intriguing perspectives on the biological basis for phoenix-like psychological experiences. Researching neuroplasticity reveals that the brain possesses remarkable capacity for regeneration and reorganization, particularly following traumatic injury. Damaged neural pathways can be rebuilt, often in configurations more efficient than the original structures. The process requires what neuroscientists call controlled destruction, the systematic breakdown of dysfunctional patterns to make space for new growth. The phoenix myth may encode intuitive understanding of these neurological realities. The spiritual dimensions of phoenix symbolism connect to mystical traditions across cultures that recognize death and rebirth as the central mystery of spiritual development. Christian mystics describe the dark night of the soul, periods of spiritual desolation that precede profound religious awakening. Buddhist traditions teach that enlightenment requires the complete dissolution of ego attachment. Islamic Sufism speaks of fana, the annihilation of the individual self that allows union with divine consciousness. In each tradition, spiritual advancement requires voluntary submission to psychological death as the prerequisite for transcendent rebirth. The seasonal aspects of Phoenix mythology align with documented cycles in human psychological and creative development. Artists, writers, and innovators frequently describe periods of creative barrenness followed by explosive productivity. These fallow periods, while often experienced as failures or blocks, appear to be necessary phases in the creative process, times when the psyche reorganizes itself at deeper levels to enable new forms of expression. The Phoenix myth provides a framework for understanding these cycles as natural and necessary rather than pathological. Relationship psychology reveals Phoenix patterns in the development of intimate partnerships. Healthy long-term relationships typically undergo periodic crises that threaten their continued existence. Partners who navigate these challenges successfully often discover that their bond emerges stronger and more authentic than before. The relationship must die to its previous form, releasing outdated patterns of interaction and communication in order to be reborn in a more mature configuration. Couples who understand this process as natural, rather than evidence of failure, are more likely to develop relationships of lasting depth and resilience. The collective dimensions of Phoenix symbolism appear in how communities respond to social and cultural crises. Societies that successfully navigate periods of upheaval often emerge with renewed sense of purpose and identity. The destruction of outdated institutions and belief systems, while traumatic, can create space for more adaptive cultural forms to emerge. History reveals numerous examples of civilizations that transformed apparent defeat into unprecedented cultural flowering: the Renaissance following medieval plague, the Harlem Renaissance emerging from oppression, technological innovation accelerating during wartime pressures. Developmental psychology identifies Phoenix-like patterns in normal human maturation. Each stage of psychological development requires the death of previous identity structures to make room for more complex forms of selfhood. Adolescence involves the dissolution of childhood identity. Midlife crises represent the breakdown of young adult assumptions about success and meaning. Each transition offers the opportunity for renewal, but only through willingness to release attachment to who one used to be. The creative arts have long recognized Phoenix symbolism as representing the artistic process itself. Creation requires destruction, the blank canvas that erases previous attempts, the rough draft that must be completely rewritten, the sculpture that emerges only through the removal of excess material. Artists describe the necessity of killing their darlings, destroying beautiful passages or images that don't serve the larger vision. The Phoenix myth captures this paradox that creation and destruction are not opposing forces, but aspects of a unified creative process. As we sit in quiet contemplation, perhaps beside a fire that crackles with the same transformative energy that our ancestors saw in their mythical birds, we recognize that the phoenix speaks to something essential in human nature: our capacity to find meaning in suffering, to discover strength in vulnerability, to transform our deepest wounds into sources of wisdom and compassion. Whether or not such creatures ever existed in the physical world, they live eternally in the realm of human possibility, reminding us that we too are capable of rising from our ashes, renewed and transformed. As our journey through the mysteries of the Phoenix draws toward its close, we find ourselves standing at the intersection of all possibilities we have explored: volcanic fires that painted ancient skies with living flame, fossil remains of giants that once ruled primordial landscapes, cultural memories that carried truth across millennia, and the eternal human capacity for transformation through destruction. Here, in this convergence of science and myth, reality and imagination, we encounter the deepest truth the Phoenix offers: that meaning transcends the boundaries between what was and what might have been. Picture the twilight hour when day surrenders to night, when the boundary between the visible and invisible world grows thin, and the questions that have guided our exploration settle into a profound stillness. Whether the phoenix existed as flesh and feather, as misinterpreted natural phenomenon, as encoded cultural memory, or as pure symbolic creation becomes, perhaps, less important than what the myth reveals about the nature of truth itself. Some truths, the phoenix seems to whisper, are too large to be contained within the narrow categories of historical fact or scientific proof. Consider the extraordinary persistence of this myth across cultures and centuries. While empires have risen and fallen, while entire languages have been forgotten and scientific paradigms have been overturned, the image of the firebird rising from its own ashes has remained constant in human consciousness. This persistence suggests that the phoenix addresses something so fundamental to human experience that it transcends the particular circumstances of any single culture or historical period. It speaks to universal patterns in the nature of existence, itself cycles of destruction and renewal that operate at every level from the quantum to the cosmic. Modern physics offers intriguing parallels to Phoenix mythology in its description of reality as fundamentally cyclical. Stars are born from the ashes of previous stellar generations, their nuclear fires creating the heavy elements that make planetary systems possible. Galaxies undergo cycles of formation and dissolution that span millions of years. Even at the quantum level, particles emerge from vacuum fluctuations only to disappear back into the underlying field of pure potential. The universe itself may be cyclical, expanding and contracting in eternal rhythm that echoes the phoenix's endless death and rebirth. Ecological science reveals similar patterns in natural systems. Forest ecosystems depend on periodic fires to clear accumulated undergrowth and release nutrients that enable new growth. Animal populations undergo cyclical fluctuations that maintain long-term balance even through apparent catastrophes. Climate systems operate through complex cycles that can appear chaotic in the short term, but reveal deeper patterns when viewed across geological timescales. The phoenix myth may encode intuitive understanding of these ecological realities that modern science has only recently begun to appreciate. The realm of human creativity and cultural evolution displays phoenix-like patterns with remarkable consistency. Artistic movements arise, flourish, and exhaust their creative potential before being supplanted by new forms that incorporate elements of what came before while transcending previous limitations. Scientific paradigms undergo similar cycles, with established theories eventually reaching their limits and giving way to new frameworks that revolutionize understanding while preserving valuable insights from earlier approaches. Technology itself follows phoenix-like patterns of creative destruction. Each major technological advancement requires the obsolescence of previous systems, yet often incorporates principles and insights discovered through earlier innovations. The Internet, for example, required the dissolution of previous communication paradigms while building upon decades of research in computer networking, telecommunications, and information theory. Innovation emerges not through simple addition, but through transformative integration that creates something qualitatively new from the ashes of what existed before. The personal dimensions of phoenix symbolism reveal themselves in countless individual stories of transformation through adversity. Medical literature documents cases of individuals who discover unexpected strength and wisdom through confronting life-threatening illness. Psychological research explores post-traumatic growth, the phenomenon whereby some individuals emerge from devastating experiences with enhanced resilience, deeper relationships, and greater appreciation for life's preciousness. These examples suggest that the capacity for phoenix-like renewal may be built into the fundamental structure of consciousness itself. Even our understanding of time and memory reflects phoenix-like patterns. Neuroscientists now recognize that memory is not passive storage, but active reconstruction, with each act of remembering subtly transforming what is remembered. The past exists not as fixed record, but as living process that continues to evolve through our ongoing relationship with it. In this sense, cultural memories of firebirds may be neither purely historical nor purely mythical, but something more complex, living narratives that continue to transform both themselves and their observers through the act of transmission. The astronomical perspectives we have explored suggest that phoenix-like cycles operate at cosmic scales that dwarf human experience yet remain intimately connected to earthly events. Solar cycles affect Earth's climate and magnetic field in ways that influence everything from aurora displays to biological rhythms. Galactic rotation brings our solar system through different regions of space with varying cosmic ray intensities and gravitational influences. These vast cycles create conditions that periodically stress and renew planetary ecosystems in ways that ancient observers might well have interpreted as the activity of cosmic firebirds. Archaeological horizons continue to yield discoveries that challenge established assumptions about ancient capabilities and knowledge. Recent findings suggest that prehistoric peoples possessed sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles, climate patterns, and ecological relationships. Their mythologies may preserve knowledge systems that encoded practical information about natural processes in symbolic form, designed to ensure its transmission across generations. The phoenix myth might represent one such, encoding a symbolic container for wisdom about transformation, renewal, and the cyclical nature of existence. The quantum mechanical description of reality offers perhaps the most intriguing parallel to phoenix mythology. At the fundamental level, particles do not possess definite existence, but exist as probability waves that collapse into specific states only when observed. This suggests that reality itself possesses a phoenix-like quality, potential forms that actualize through interaction, then dissolve back into possibility before manifesting in new configurations. The boundary between existence and non-existence becomes not a fixed line, but a dynamic process of continuous transformation. As we reach the end of our exploration, we find that the question, "What if the phoenix was based on reality?" has led us not to a single answer, but to a recognition of the limitations of the question itself. Reality, we discover, is far more complex and mysterious than our conventional categories suggest. The phoenix may have existed as flesh and blood, as misinterpreted natural phenomenon, as encoded cultural memory, as psychological archetype, or as pure symbolic creation. But these possibilities are not mutually exclusive. Truth, like the legendary firebird itself, may possess the capacity to exist simultaneously in multiple forms, dying to one level of interpretation, only to be reborn at another. The final flames of our inquiry settle into glowing embers that will continue to smolder long after these words are spoken. In libraries and laboratories, in archaeological sites and astronomical observatories, in the quiet moments of personal reflection, where myth and reality converge, the search continues. Perhaps the greatest gift of the phoenix myth is not the answer it provides, but the question it poses, an invitation to see the world as a place where the impossible and inevitable dance together in eternal flame, where endings are always beginnings, and where the deepest truths reveal themselves not through proof, but through transformation. Whether firebirds once soared through ancient skies or exist only in the realm of human imagination matters less than the reality they create in human consciousness, the capacity to envision renewal emerging from destruction, meaning arising from chaos, and hope being born from the ashes of despair. In a universe where stars die to birth new worlds, where forests burn to enable new growth, and where consciousness itself may be cyclical phenomena transcending individual mortality, the phoenix stands not as myth or fact, but as symbol of the creative principle that transforms all endings into beginnings. The fire burns eternal, and from its ashes, new questions rise. If this exploration into the mysteries of myth and reality has kindled your own sense of wonder about the hidden connections between ancient wisdom and modern understanding, consider joining others who seek to uncover the extraordinary stories that lie just beneath the surface of our everyday world. The quest for truth, like the phoenix itself, is renewed with each seeker who dares to ask, what might be possible in a universe far stranger and more beautiful than we have yet dared to imagine.